Okay, while everyone is quiet, I think I will call our meeting to order here. It's 9 o'clock, and this is a special meeting to begin our budget deliberations. And I'm going to begin by inviting Councillor Forder to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
And I'll just ask you to join me for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I just remind you that if it occurs at any time, and especially at a budget debate, be sure and bring it forward. And just before I move us into committee of the whole, or ask someone to move us that, I'd like to extend congratulations to the new chair of the Great Sawville Conservation Authority, Rob Uhrig. Congratulations, Rob. We're all very proud of that achievement, and I know you'll do a very good job. So I need a mover and seconder to move into committee of the whole. Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Forder. And the recommendation is, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby go into committee of the whole at 9:01 a.m. To receive our draft operating budget. And I will over to you, Matt Smith, for the presentation.
Thank you very much. I am going to try and be as brief as possible today in all of my comments, because today really is your day to ask questions and make some changes to the budget. But there are a couple of things that we wanted to highlight first. I've linked there to the January the 15th table in the budget presentation, and I'm not going to go through all that content again. We had a good conversation 10 days or so ago, and the members of the public watching can go and flick through those slides if they wish to. There are always a handful of changes to the budget in between the tabling and this day, because we keep looking at things and we keep trying to make sure that we've got all the right information in there. So just 4 things that we wanted to highlight. The first is an actual reduction in the operating budget of $90,000. This was because we noticed that there was a chargeback error related to the facilities team. So 2 departments were being billed for some money and the revenue wasn't being offset appropriately. So it changes nothing about the budget except for making everything balance in the way that it should do. We did find one other error, which was a missing $1,300 in museum software. You may have seen in the first book there was a figure for 2023 and a figure for 2027, but for some reason nothing in between, so we've replaced that. Since our last conversation, we have had confirmation of the GSCA levy, so that is now a firm number. It hasn't changed to the best of my knowledge, but it is now definite. And we have increased the harbour revenues based on the 5% fee increase the council approved at the last meeting. So as partly to offset some of the costs in the dock replacement. That 5% fee increase has been offset in the expenses by an increased contribution to reserves. So again, that doesn't actually change the bottom line at all. So with those changes, the total tax supported levy is $18,452,970, which is a tax supported levy increase of 5.22%. As we talked about last week, that it means something very different when we talk about the tax rate specifically. So based on that levy increase, which includes the revenue from the anticipated supplementary tax income that we talked about last time, the projected tax increase based on the budget that is before you today, before we make any changes or add any enhancements, is 2.95% for the municipal portion of it. We have had confirmation from the Ministry of Education that the education rate will stay the same. There'll be no increase to that this year. But of course, the County of Grey has passed their budget, which unusually for the last few years is higher than our increase. So when we haven't got a blended number, but when you are looking at blended, I would say somewhere in the region of what we end up with as the municipal sector will probably be somewhere close to what the blended is. So before we get into the Office of the CAO stuff, just a couple of comments on logistics today. We have done very, very brief highlights or key points for each of the departments. In many cases, the operating budget hasn't changed a huge amount. And so quite a lot of the comments might be, not a lot has changed, or we've done something like that. Because we've only got a couple of slides for each team, I will keep doing the presentation, but we will rotate management team in for their various departments. So Sarah is with us for the Office of the CAO. And then once we move into community services, some of my colleagues at the table will take a step back, and Courtney and Margaret will move forwards and so on, so that they're there to answer your questions. We're eagerly anticipating all the questions that you have. We would like to stick to the operating budget today, if at all possible, and we can deal with capital on Tuesday when we get together. And then my encouragement to you is, if you think there should be changes, please bring forward a motion. And the motion really is as simple as that the budget be amended by adding money, removing money, changing money in various places. And obviously we will help you with that with specific lines. But if you have changes you want to make, please make those motions. We'll then get a seconder, and then we'll talk about that specifically, take a vote on that, and then move on to the next subject as well. But obviously questions very welcome without a motion as well, if there's things that you want clarified. Any questions on process and things before I keep going? See none, that's good. So very briefly, the Office of the CAO covers what we call corporate management, so leadership of the organization and the human resources team. There are 3 full-time positions within that at the minute: the CAO, the HR manager, and the health and HR coordinator. And there are just a couple of really significant budget notes for this one. As we talked about at the last meeting, there is the introduction of the Ontario Pump Storage Project budget. This is so that we can see what expenses we anticipate for next year. We can record the invoices appropriately and so on. As I mentioned last time, the money that is in there right now is estimated. There is no formal commitment from TC Energy to pay those costs, or there is to pay some of those costs, but not all of them. But we believe from our conversations with them that what we're proposing is reasonable, but that still needs to be refined. That does mean that the budget transfer of around about $97,000 for staff time is a risk to you as council, because that is reducing the levy increase, and that hasn't had a formal commitment from TCE. They have told us very clearly that they anticipate paying capacity funding to the municipality. So I do not think that that's an unreasonable amount to be putting in there. But if for some reason at some point in the future they decline to pay that amount, then we would have to find that $97,000 from somewhere. The other significant change in the HR budget, of which is very similar to last year, is that we've increased the corporate training budget fairly significantly. I think from $5,000 to $20,000. Sarah and I would very much like to move forward with some additional leadership training for people in all levels of the organisation to put us in a better place to build our team, lead our team, deal with our community in a more effective manner. And with that really is it for the Office of the CAO. So over to you with some questions for that section of the budget.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I'm happy to start. So if we go back to the slide where you spoke, Mr. Smith, about the TCE payment, should we happen to receive any retroactive payments, would those go against this budget as well?
No, my thought would be that if we receive any retroactive payments, we would treat that as one-time funding, because we shouldn't use that additional money to offset operating budget levies, because obviously then that would impact us next year when we wouldn't get that one-time funding again. So if we get to the stage where TCE will pay us for some staff time over the last couple of years, then we'll take that and bring that back to council and say, what should we do with it? Or we'll suggest a project that we could use it for, or something along those lines.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So you opened, Mr. Smith, by stating that there was no formal agreement on this, that these are estimates at this point in time. And it's a substantial number here that would impact the budget if through negotiations, these numbers do not come to fruition. Some of the numbers I see in here, and I reflect back when we were at council meetings talking about a person. My note was that we're going to have Ainley going to be the person for project manager. That was clearly discussed and that would be submitted. But some of these other ones that you've alluded to for the last couple of years, I'm just not so sure whether that would put a real tilt on the totality of the budget if through negotiations and over the next period of time, this doesn't come true even close. And you said that we would have to find money somewhere else.
So
What does that truly mean, finding money somewhere else on something which is an estimate?
So what I would clarify there is that the $1.175 million that's the total budget for 2024 for that project isn't the money that we're unsure about. We have had a commitment from TC Energy that they will pay for our costs related to Ainley as our project manager, to the project administrator role that we've just recruited, which is the salary and wages in there, to our legal fees if we need those, and for strategy core doing our benefit negotiations. So that 900,000, for instance, in contracted services other, and that 73,000 in salary wages, and then the associated pension and benefits, that is guaranteed as best as it can be. We will be putting a formal agreement together with them, and our team are working on that right now, but they have committed that they will pay for those things. The other things that they haven't committed for, things like conferences and seminars, things like meeting expenses for the committee and so on, those expenses will only be incurred if we have agreement with them that they are going to cover them. So the only one that in my eyes is a risk at all is that 93,000 in payroll charge to corporate management. And that's for my time and some of all the rest of the directors' time for what we will be spending on that project. They have not committed formally to that or to that number, but they have told us repeatedly that they expect to pay what they call capacity funding to enable us to do work based on this project. So when I say it's a risk, it's because if we weren't charging that 93,000 to this budget and getting associated revenue, then that would be included in the corporate management budget. And so our overall tax levy would go up by $93,000. So if for some unexpected reason we get to the stage that they decide not to pay that, then we would need to find that $93,000, but it's only the $93,000. And we do have reserve money that I think we would be able to cover from the tax stabilization fund or something along those lines. But I am very much expecting that this, and I suspect we're going to get a motion from one of your colleagues to perhaps increase that amount as well, because we that is an estimated amount. I fully expect that they will pay us in that region, if not more, for this. I think the other thing to say when we talk about estimates is that everything in the budget is an estimate. You know, I think when we had passed the bylaw to adopt this finally, the bylaw title is actually a bylaw to adopt the estimates of costs and expenses related to the 2024 budget. So this is something that isn't unusual in the sense of we don't know for sure exactly what our revenues will be or exactly what our costs will be, but we believe that this is a safe estimate.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. The only thing about this, and I'm looking at page 31, is that this is different than when we maybe look at say on Monday when we're talking about an estimate for doing a bridge and we're going to assign a number to do a bridge, and engineers come back and they say we're above or below what we budgeted for. In this one here, this deals with negotiations really with what are going to be transpiring. And you said that there has been no formal at this point today. I'm just wondering how that really looks then to the corporation, that we're having a discussion here and there's been nothing committed. I don't like to even have that number in there and putting us in a position. I'd rather be in the position of being in business and saying we found money. That there's found money here and it's just came in. And that would be, wow, now we've got something extra. But when it's going to be negotiated, in my mind, it's up for grabs. So I just, I'm a little uncomfortable to tell you about this presentation when negotiations still.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks, your worship, and I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bell, and I'm just going to speak a little bit to this because, yes, I agree this number is not enough. And I speak with considerable confidence that we will receive capacity funding for our staff. There is a process in place, and I'll ask Mr. Smith to speak to that. But if I look at the Roma conference that some of us just attended, and working with Mr. Smith during those days, I would say 75 to 80% of Mr. Smith's time was spent working on matters related to the TC Energy project. So for that alone, when Mr. Smith speaks to 15% of his time and working fairly closely with him this past while, that is not nearly enough. I see him devoting considerably more than that to the project. So I think, as I say, I'll ask you, Mr. Smith, to explain to council the process that is underway to achieve this funding. But I do feel, again, very strongly that this number should increase for 2024, particularly as we get to a point where approvals continue to come into play from the province and we get into our impact assessment phase. There will be more work required from our staff. So I'll leave it there and turn it over to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the process that Deputy Mayor refers to is the ongoing planning for what we're calling a work plan, and the internal working group that comprises of a number of directors, the project administrator and the mayor and the deputy mayor are working with our consultants to put together the plan for the work we think we need to do over the next couple of years to really react appropriately to this project. My intent is the council will have a closed session conversation under the negotiations exemption on February the 12th about that, so that council can sort of look at that work plan, and then we'll be going formally to TCE to say, these are the things that we need you to fund in order for us to do this properly. We also had the opportunity to meet on Wednesday with people from Strategy Corps and Ainley and our lawyers on this matter. We had a very, very productive conversation on Wednesday morning. And so one of the things that I've engaged some of those team to do is to start putting together mock letters of agreement or draft letters of agreement and so on. And we'll engage Strategy Corps to help us with that preliminary capacity negotiation, which is very, very separate from the community benefit stuff that we'll talk about much more in the future. But so TCE are expecting us to do that. We have talked to them in recent weeks, and they know that we are engaging Strategy Corps to help us with that preliminary capacity negotiation. They have said that they are expecting money from a claim from us for money related to staff time, because they have got a commitment in writing already that we will be made whole for our costs. And as the Deputy Mayor says, we are incurring costs just by folks around this table and others doing work on this project, because it takes away time from other things that we can do. There are very much two different ways we can approach this. We can have money for that payroll charge in this account on the assumption that we are going to get that money. And my hope would be that we will be, if not signing an agreement, we will be very, very close to one by the time the budget is actually passed, because the budget won't be passed until the end of February at the earliest. Possibly even the first meeting in March. So by that point, we should have more clarity on whether or not we have a commitment to that. The other is that we can take it out. That will increase the tax levy by that amount, and we could treat it as found money. My encouragement would be that we didn't, because I think if we want to acknowledge that this is for staff time that is in 2024, we should reflect that, because we should be aware that our staff won't be able to do some other things because we're working on it. But that's my perspective. We can do whatever council wants to do on this one.
Did anyone, go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and to follow up on Tony's thoughts. I agree with you a little bit, Tony, but everything in this whole budget is estimates. Henceforth, why we have a surplus or a deficit at the end of the year. My issue is, to my knowledge, we haven't received a dime from TCE.
We have. So what our income, nothing shows in the 2023 actuals or budget in this budget because we've literally only just created this cost center. So previously things have been done through a receivables, I think. Val's going to talk about that.
Sorry, originally we were doing it as a clearing account and we were taking expenses from whatever company we were using. The one that is showing up right now in our expenses is a bill from Strategy Corp.
Yep.
For about 48 that we would bill back out to them.
So yeah, so what we've done, whatever we've received invoices from our lawyers, from Strategy Corp, from Ainley, we pay that invoice and then we bill TCE for the same amount. What we very much hope that we will be doing, and we've made this very clear to TCE, is that we won't be having to do that on an invoice by invoice basis. You know, for the cost of my hotel to stay down for a meeting on Wednesday morning, we really don't want to be invoicing them for that $250 because there's a lot of staff time involved in that. So our expectation is that we will get, once we have an estimate for the year, we will then get 6 monthly or annual payments for that amount, and then we'll do a reconciliation at the end of the year. So they are paying us for the cost that we've incurred already, but just not for anything that isn't invoiced by a third party.
Okay, and the question would be, can we expect some of this money halfway through the year, the end of the year? When?
Once we get to the stage of an agreement on the work plan and on the funding, I would expect to get money. We'll continue to get money for any invoices because we have that commitment. I would expect us to get the money for internal costs when we ask them for it, once we get to the stage that they confirm in writing that they will be doing that. So yeah, but certainly by the middle of the year. And cash flow on this sort of level isn't going to be a problem for us.
Does anyone else have a question related to this? And we'll move on. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks to you, Councillor Bell, for bringing this up. As I've gone through the budget, I kept coming back to a number of things, but the primary one I kept coming back to is that I find it very unfortunate that our 2024 budget is to a degree dangling on monies coming from TC Energy. I had to think, and when we talk about retroactive pay, and I understand there is some that isn't accounted for as of yet. I guess my question is, what if IESO finally tells TC Energy, hey, we don't like this. We don't like your proposal. We don't support it. And they give that answer to the other Mr. Smith, Tar. I worry about this, our staff time, our staff expenses that have already taken place. And, does TC have the option, and I believe they do, to say, well, geez, look, yeah, we got refused, so sorry, guys, we're out. I just, but going back to my original statement, it's unfortunate. I've sat through a number of budgets. It's difficult for our council to evaluate the year's upcoming budget, but when it's, as I say, dangling so much on an outside player, it makes it very, very difficult, very, very frustrating. As far as payments are concerned, can we not pass a notice of motion saying, hey, look, TC, we're going to bill you monthly and expect remuneration to that effect?
A couple of comments there, and I appreciate the concern, and I very much understand it. I think what I can say about the concern is that many of these costs, if Minister Smith said, no, this isn't moving forward in the next 3 to 5 months, which is possible, perhaps unlikely, but possible, then many of these expenses wouldn't be incurred. So we are never going to be at the stage where the 1.175 million is something that we need to be concerned about. If I would still expect that if that were to happen, we would be paid back for the expenses we'd incurred to date. And I think we can be fairly confident in that. While it is difficult to make assumptions based on what we think is going to happen, all I can really say to council is that I would have not included this budget in here unless I was very confident that this is something that is going to happen. If it was a completely shot in the dark, I wouldn't have done it. But because of all the conversations I've been involved in over the last 6 months, I am confident that there is money coming to us. Sorry, Harley, what was the second part of your question? I've lost it briefly. What was the second part of your question? Oh, yes, monthly billing. So we will be doing that through the agreement that we have with them and that we are developing. In actual fact, monthly billing is probably more of a pain for us than if we were doing it quarterly or twice a year. We can, our cash flow is reasonable, and I think once we build a company like this, we would never be worried about it not coming, a payment coming in. But yes, when council sees the work plan and sees a draft agreement and so on, that will have clauses about how the payment should be accepted. And yes, my intent very strongly is that we will be asking for money up front in addition.
If I may, I think we're in a bit of a catch-22 in as much as if we, say, when this happens, we'll get ready for it. We've got a lot of getting ready to do.
We have.
And that's what we're doing. And this is costing me time. It's costing Deputy Mayor time. It's costing all of our staff time. It's an investment and it's a chance. The whole thing is, if it does happen and we're not ready, that'll be worse, a lot worse. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to add for council, during my time in the city at Rome, I had the privilege of attending with Mr. Smith 2 meetings with ISO. And we also had opportunity to speak with Minister Todd Smith. And his words were clear, and he said it twice. I want this project to go forward. So that's where my confidence comes from in suggesting that we will receive these monies and additional monies to support our staff as they go forward during 2024. So I'm very comfortable leaving this figure in our budget.
The other thing to that, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, is that what TC and ISO have been asked to do over the next 45 days, or probably actually now the next 30 days, is to come up with a funding framework for the government to fund TCE's preparation costs. We are part of those preparation costs. So there is money flowing through the channels, and we'll be investigating that as more. I think I've sort of heard potentially 2 different motions floating around. Is council now comfortable with this budget as it's written, or does somebody want to propose some change, either up or down? I see none, so we'll keep going.
Okay.
Anything else on TCE,
Yeah.
HR, corporate management, or health and safety?
I think that Councillor Urick has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually a little, and this is going to be under the heading of nickel and diming compared to that. But it is indicative of something I saw through a number of the departments. So on page 29, you've got advertising and promotion, spending $829 as a $5,100 budget. Under education and training, it's 479, it's 5,000. Under conference and meals, it's 2059, it's 5,000. Seems to be fairly consistent that we're underutilizing either the advertising, promotion, the conference, seminars and meals, or the education and training aspects. So I don't know if there's a true intention of actually bumping those things up across all departments, let alone CAO. And you did explain that you were hoping to do that with the 20,000 in HR. I get that. And you did the same thing with the 15 versus 10, I think, in the education training under the CAO office. Having said that, I'm just wondering, so how are we advertising and promoting? So when we're spending $829, what are we spending $829 on? And why aren't we spending more? And how exactly are we advertising or promoting something here?
So I think some of that relates to advertising specific jobs. When we post in certain places, we have to pay fees for that. And we haven't done a huge amount of that this year because we haven't had that many sort of professionally specific jobs that we've had to go out and pay for. I think your question as a whole is a valuable one, and is certainly something that I was asking as I was prepping this as well. And for a whole variety of reasons, I think 2023 has been a bit of a strange year in the organization. One of the things that we are committed to doing next year is really refocusing on training for our staff, on some of the things that we should be doing. And therefore, yes, a lot of these budgets have been left in because we should be spending that money. And for one reason or another, we haven't in some places. Some of that's due to staff turnover. Some of that's due to changes in circumstances in the municipality. Some of it's just because training wasn't available, perhaps. But I think that it's important that we have money in there to do that, because if we were to drop it to say $500 for HR, then that means that neither the Hannah and Sarah can basically do no training next year, and then it would be very hard to turn it back up again later if we needed to.
Sure, and yeah, totally. And I wasn't thinking of $500. Believe me, I agree.
No,
I know. But and it's funny because, like I said, unto itself on that page, it's nickel and diming. Having extended that over a few departments, all of a sudden, if those were $2,500 instead of $500, all of a sudden now you are talking about $75,000 or $80,000, and now you are at a half a point. So if I'm just thinking that if we're looking for money later, these are things that are kind of that can be played with to a degree, because they are not huge impact items, but they all add up as a sum.
Absolutely. I think the other thing that I'll add to that, if we do need to come back to it later, is that in the majority of cases, the vast majority of cases, those numbers we can now have a breakdown sort of by person almost as to what the training or the conference is expected to be. We don't publish that in here because it's lengthy and complicated, but I can pull it up through our system, and so we'll be able to give more detail for a specific department if there's a question on whether it's needed for that group or not. But yes, absolutely, these are the places that once you tot up office supplies or advertising or training or all those things across all of them, they do add up to a significant amount.
Before we move on, I'd just like to emphasize that I thoroughly endorse the increased budget for training. Staff training is probably, in my view, the most important thing that we can spend money on. We are going to spend more money on staff because they're falling behind like everybody else, but also if we don't invest in their training, they're skidding their wheels and we're skidding our wheels. It's so critically important. And I think what I found over the last year, actually 2023, is just the time to organize the training and which training comes first. And I want to also point out that there's training coming for council through the agreement with Ainley and Associates. Important training for us to be able to make the kind of decisions we're going to have to make moving forward with a mega project in our backyard. So anyway, I am certainly fully in favor of not just the money for training, but getting the job of training done. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I absolutely concur. And Mr. Smith, stop me if this is not the right time for this question. I'm looking at page 7 under corporate management. Salary and wages full-time, just a curiosity, because I see an increase, which we expect for 2024, but then for 2025 and 2026, a considerable decrease. So I'm just curious how we arrived at that.
How to phrase this delicately? That line for wages in corporate management includes wages for a position that is no longer in the corporation and so won't need to be budgeted for in future years. And sorry to add to that. And the cost of that is funded through a reserve transfer in the revenue section of that budget. And that's a transfer from the HR reserve to cover those costs.
Thank you, Mayor Kent. Just a quick question, Val. The 23 actuals, are they close? Are they up to date or are we 80% up to date?
I would say not as close as you'd hoped. Like for example, the interest is still not allocated out because we haven't done our capital funding piece. The wages, I just noticed when I was trying to figure out the surplus, I would like to review the wages because I think we have a big amount of salary gapping again this year. So I would say no.
Most of the expenses are up to date.
Yes.
Other questions? Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So I'm looking at page 27 of 270. Just clarification under the education and training. Did we actually spend $49 on training? Is that number accurate? That seems weird. What would be spending
I
$49?
suspect that's a webinar cost.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know for sure, but that would be my guess, is that it's one of the cheap webinars.
Councillor Bartley?
And I'm sorry to throw a monkey wrench into this, but I was worried about this. Half the council's on one page, other council's on the other page. I'm on their actual budget page, so 27 doesn't mean 27 on mine. And I knew this would happen. So I think we should either be on today's agenda page, which aren't the numbers I've written down, or the actual budget page so that we could talk.
Yes, I've just switched from the split screen view to the agenda package view so I can keep up, because I think it seems like most people are on the agenda package version. But we can also pause for 2 minutes and we can get everybody on a screen together.
For easier talking.
Yes.
I can go back to the other one, but it would not coincide with any of the numbers I've written down, so, but I can muddle through it.
It's a
The
real,
other thing that we can do, because we can all do a control F search because we've all got computers in front of us, is, for instance, corporate management. The top of the page, it says 0506 corporate management, and that's our account code for these things. So we could refer to everything along those lines, and then it's easy to search for that particular page.
so this is a great wheel skidding exercise. What are we going to do here so we're all on the same page? Open the agenda package? No, that's what I'm in.
So I think if the majority are in the agenda package, which it looks like they are, then I think, Steve, you might have to cope with slightly different page numbers.
So that would have to be
The PDF version from the.
PDF, the numbers are blocked on mine, so it would have to be the other.
I think we're all waiting for Councillor Bartley's direction. He is the numbers man. So
Same page.
we want to be able to follow you.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing else on that, oh, sorry, Tony.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. This is a question which has been listed throughout the budget, and I really appreciated it. In the office of the CAO, you marked down 3 full-time personnel. All personnel, whether it's community services and so on and so on and so on, went all the way down through, and he said how many full-time we have, how many part-time, and so on. Now, I often get asked, and I don't know whether I'm the only one, but I often get asked how many people do we have in our employment to run the corporation of the municipality of Meaford? And so I even though I've got numbers in front of me, I can't calculate that because of what is called the part-time equivalent with hours, which would represent the full-time personnel. So all I know right now is that we are well above 100. And just adding numbers that are here, it was also a little tough to even to discern the fire department. It said about the paid time and those that were the on-call personnel. So it is difficult, but maybe just throughout the course of today, even if it's just my own personal interest, I would kind of like to know, you know, to run the corporation with the budget that we're talking about, how many personnel does it take to do the job?
I can actually answer that very, very, very specifically. Because thankfully our really clever computer system deals with all of the staff that are included and tells us an FTE equivalent. So all of our staff, with the exception of firefighters, because we don't budget for them by hours because we have no idea how many hours they're going to do.
Yeah.
Our FTE equivalent is 127.831731. Now, that obviously covers a lot of seasonal staff. That's winter operators, that's Memorial Park attendants, and so on. I'm just doubly making sure that the lifeguards aren't still in here, because that would take a few off of their. Oh no, so lifeguards are still included in that because they were in our original math. So let's say around 122 FTEs, I think. Okay. Speaking of staff, that's a great segue into the next slide. As you know, council's policy is that we start the budget with a 1% COLA increase. Information here provided for you, which is the same as you saw a couple of weeks ago about what it would mean to change that. And really at this stage, it's over to you guys to tell me if you would like to change it or not, and if so, what to.
Okay. Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just curious to know who are the comparator organizations that you're referring to in this slide, please?
Thank you, Councillor Forder. For 2024 non-union COLA, I can tell you it is Blue Mountains, Owen Sound, Collingwood, Hanover, Caledon, King, Aurora, Orangeville, Springwater, Grey Highlands, Gravenhurst, Halton Hills, Innisfil, Tecumseh, Wasaga Beach, and Aurelia, as well as Southgate, which does have an approved COLA increase at this time. So beautiful.
I think worth adding that's the list that's on Sarah's spreadsheet, but we also do know from a handful of other communities like Georgia Bluffs and Chatsworth and so on what they're heading towards as well. They're just not necessarily in the spreadsheet that's been circulating amongst the staff.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would just share that kind of lunchtime conversations around the county table that most of the lower tiers, all of the lower tiers are somewhere in that 2.5 to 3 range as well. So I'll look to Councillor Bartley, but I'll toss out there a median point of 2.75. And Mr. Smith, have you got or Val, have you got a calculated number for 2.75?
$184,930. 184,930.
Councillor Greenfield, you had your hand up before. Did you want to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Deputy Mayor, for your suggestion. All I was going to say that I think maybe it's too early to decide on an increase, but 1% is not enough.
Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And just watching our local comparators in the Grey County, there's 2.5s, there's a lot of 3s. Somebody's trying to get down to 2. I don't think they're going to achieve that. So like deputy mayor said, I think 275 gets us in the ball game. I think that'll be a little less than the county average of all the municipalities, but it'll be really close. So that I would certainly go along with the 275. That's the number I've got put in here.
Councillor
you.
Bell, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, this is always an important aspect of the budget because, members of council, we often express our gratitude to the work of our staff. We count on good work being performed by our staff. And it is the only opportunity that we have by putting down a figure on a piece of paper that backs up our commitment of saying, we appreciate your work. And I'm in favor of this percentile. Councillor Uhrig and I went through this at Grey Sauble, and it's the same thing. Any organization and those that sit, whether you're on the board of directors or on a council, we need to be able to tell the staff that we count on, not only by words of appreciation, but this turns into money in your pocket. And so I'm happy with 2.75. There is one question though that I would like to ask, and I don't think it's ever been asked before. I hope I express it right so it's not taken wrong. Why do we use comparators? Why do we not, as a municipality of Meaford, say, when we offer a job in some department, this is what we're offering and it's put out there because we know what jobs are worth out there. If we miss the mark, we won't get applications.
So
If
we do.
Why do we do that?
So I think there's two maybe different elements to that. When we're advertising jobs, we do say how much it is that the salary is. In fact, we're one of the organizations that for many, many years has done what is now going to be legally required, which is to provide a salary range on every job advert. The reason that we use comparators to come up with our salary grid in the first place is to literally find out what the market says. Because sure, I can make a guess, but I might guess way high rather than way low. So it's better that we have a comparison. And we've done that every 5 years or so to just compare like jobs within the municipal market to make sure that we're at that 50th percentile that council's talked about before. When we talk about COLA, the reason we use comparators right now, well, to be honest, we don't use comparators. The reason we give you the information about the comparators right now is because we have that policy that says 1% as a starting point. If we had a policy that says we use annual CPI as of November, then we wouldn't look at comparators because we just use CPI. But right now, the only way we can give you any information about what the market is doing is by saying what our similar organizations are. The other reason to look at comparators is because we are in competition with our neighbors. Our staff and the people who could potentially work for us could very easily work for the County of Grey, the City of Owen Sound, Town of Blue Mountains, Township of Georgian Bluffs, Township of Chatsworth. And so we need to know what those organizations are doing because unfortunately it's a very tight market. Like good people can get many jobs very quickly if they want to. And so we need to make sure we're competitive on an ongoing basis.
Councillor Uhrig?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'd take it a step further. I mean, and I think the comparators are important. I just think societally, we just need to look at what literally the cost of living is. I mean, if we're trying to be fair and we truly value our staff, then literally the cost of living or the standard of living is going up 3.4% right now, and we're only coming at 1%. That seems to be pretty much a disservice to the reality of living costs out there. So I don't have any problem with the 2.75 either.
So I think, Mr. Mayor, I think I've heard a motion from Deputy Mayor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Bartley, that we would move the COLA to 2.75.
Sure.
Like to add, I don't think it's too early to do this. I think we need a new starting point. I know where I want to be at the end of Tuesday. So I think we have to, as we go, have a new starting point. The 1% is just a start. They have to have something in there. That was my 1%, I put that forward because it was always three, whatever cost of living was. And it's really hard. It's easy to give more than take back. So that's why that's there. So, yes, I would second the motion that the mayor brought up, and I don't think it's too early to do that.
Is there any discussion of the motion? You want to vote now? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more CAO office questions, we'll move to community services. And I will invite Margaret and Courtney to come up and join us up here. And then we'll get into that. And Christopher as well. Christopher's here. Sorry. Oh, it's been a long day already. If you wouldn't mind moving, creating enough space between us.
Can I
You should
stay?
stay.
I could.
Oh, thank you. These full-day meetings, we all bring half of our belongings with us, so the movement's not that easy.
Hey, how are you?
With us now, obviously, we have Chris Story, Manager of Cultural Services, also responsible for Meaford Museum, Meaford Hall, Tourism and Marketing, Courtney Allen, Chief of the Fire Department, and Margaret Wilton-Siegel, Manager of Legislative Services, which also includes communications, wellbeing and customer service, and accessibility. Within the department, this is the one that gets really complicated because we have 15 full-time people, 2 part-time, 14 part-time casual, which are the more sort of, we bring them in when we need to for things like bartending and ushers, and then 37 volunteers, the majority of which are paid on-call firefighters. A handful of quick notes in the community services budget. We have significantly increased our legal budget expenses from 50,000 to 100,000. We have seen over the last number of years that our legal expenses have been significantly higher than budget for 2 real reasons. One is that there are a number of ongoing claims, including the Gordon Crescent Tarian claim, that are costing us deductible money, which gets charged to that budget. But we're also trying very hard to resolve some of the outstanding property issues around the municipality related to road allowances or small scale property things that have perhaps gone a bit strange over the years. To try and offset that $50,000 rise, we have taken $25,000 from the legal reserve. That's what we generally do at the end of the year anyway, when we need to cover off the additional costs. But I think it's important that we start recognizing that we do need to spend that amount of money. And I'm very keen that we don't empty the legal reserves because there are unexpected things that happen in this area. Second note is that within in the tourism budget, you'll see a reduction in third-party services from 17,000 to 10,000. That is for South Georgian Bay tourism. This is in line with other partnering municipalities. Krista and I have spent a lot of time working with our colleagues in other municipalities about what that organization does for us and whether it does enough for us. And I know that's been a question council's had over the years. We have in recent weeks, all the municipalities have resigned from our position on the board of that organization and are encouraging it to move to a more industry-led thing rather than the municipalities funding something that we do not benefit any more than an individual business does for. So there is the potential that all the municipalities will try and remove their contribution in 2025. Some of that is tied into municipal accommodation tax, things that are going on in other communities and that we'll talk about at some point during 2024. Finally, there is about a 14% increase in the ITFD budget, and obviously our members of that board can potentially talk about that. Because of the way the ITFD budget is billed to us, the capital costs are included in today's operating budget, just because of the way that comes. And again, we've tried to partly fund that increase from our own ITFD reserve, because we have some money that's in reserve in addition to what is formally part of the ITFD accounting. With that, my team is very happy to take any questions you have.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. page 51, sorry, Steve, it's 0562 well-being. Just a couple of quick questions on there. And again, I'll just keep mentioning it, but the advertising is 8,000 versus the 1,400 we spent last year. So just presumably if you're correct in talking about we're gonna up that, that's fine, but we'll need a little explanation on that. The events and expenses is also were literally half, 10,000 from 4,700. The programming expenses, I'm just curious why the 40,500 and we literally spent $1,700 last year. Looking for a little explanation on that one.
Do you want to have a go first and then I'll add?
Sure. Through your worship, thank you for the question. We did have some success in hosting some of the events, and that was some of the programming money. But I think what we intended for that didn't really come as far as we were hoping. We did have some staff changes in the division, but we were trying to achieve something a little bit ambitious. And I think we've got a little bit more work to do before we can put into action some of the stuff we were hoping to do in that line item. And I will defer to the clerk,
Thank you.
Director of Community Services and Interim CEO to follow up.
Any more titles? Yeah, I think for one of the things we were looking at a number of things about the strands related to youth programming and seniors programming, and one of the things that we applied for during the course of last year was a grant to become designated as what's called a seniors active living centre, and that would have, had we achieved that would have led to us to need to do a bit of a bigger investment in setting up some things related to seniors programming and things. Unfortunately, we were notified last week, somewhat later than we expected, that we were not successful in that. The other thing that we had set aside money for in 2023 was to try and develop a youth space, which is specifically one of the actions in the wellbeing plan. For a number of factors, that it became clear that was probably impossible in 2023, and actually we think fairly unlikely that it'll be something we can do in 2024 as well. But that's something we will do when I talk to council about at some stage. So I think this time the program expenses will be used more to increase offerings that are currently available, or to work with some of our community partners to get more things happening. The idea of this budget has always been that it's seed money rather than ongoing funding, and so that's why there's some here rather than necessarily in the programming budget. The other thing that's worth noting about this is because a large amount of this budget is funded from reserves. Anything we don't spend in 2023 actually just doesn't come out of the reserves. And that's why this year we've actually increased the amount from reserve funding from 80,000 to 85,000. Oh no, sorry, that's not the reason. Well, it's right, we've maintained the standard wellbeing funding at 80,000 from reserves, as like it was last year, as opposed to bringing it down to 60 with 40 funded by the taxpayer, which was the financial plan that council approved 18 months ago or so on. Because we have that money left, having not used all of it. The additional 5,000 coming from reserves is to cover the additional cost of the community wellbeing bursary programme, because council will remember that we went over our $40,000 limit this year when council made those awards to 45,000. So I think there is a lot more to come from this group, and we have lots of things planned, and I would definitely expect us to see those amounts be used this year, but if not, they just won't be taken from the reserve.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at the tourism 0634. So I just wondered, are we committed at this point to that 10,000 to South Georgian Bay Tourism? Could we present a motion to pull that? Because if I had my druthers, I'd pull it and give it to the chamber to operate the Apple for a longer portion of the season.
No, we're not committed to anything. One of the things that Christian and I have looked at quite deeply is there some formal agreement between the municipality and that organisation? And there does not appear to be in any way, shape or form. So no, we council, like with so many of these other organisations, can decide how much to allocate to that.
Then I would make a motion that we do not invest that $10,000 to the Southern Georgia Bay Tourism Association.
Okay.
Okay. Just for clarity, sorry, Mr. A, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to call for discussion on the motion.
Just for clarity on that, if that motion right now will just take that money out of the budget, If there is a thought that we might want to use it in a different way, then I would leave it there in ECDEV partnerships, and then we can give us some direction to sort of come back with some options.
Okay. Yes, I think it does need to be done in two separate motions. So yes, my motion currently is to pull that $10,000 funding.
Any discussion? Councillor Bell? Sorry, did I see your hand, Councillor Bell? Okay, go ahead. Oh. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So we're just, is there any discussion before we vote? All in favor? That's carried. Another motion then?
Perhaps Steve wished to go first. Okay, then my motion would be to take that $10,000 and allocate it to the Chamber of Commerce, because in my opinion, they do a terrific job of local tourism and would be added to the Big Apple grant to the Chamber.
And that's seconded by Councillor Urick. Any discussion? I think we're ready to vote. All in favor? So that's carried. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Just going back to the well-being, Rob, you brought it up. We're soon going to be into the well-being fund for $1 million in not too many years from now. The reserve, what reserve is it coming from? And the annual grant, is that going to be an ongoing grant forever? Is this well-being funding going to be forever? Because we're going to be into it for $1 million soon. And when can we expect a full report on what the municipality has got out of that yet?
So we're not $1 million into it in the sense that in each of the previous years we have budgeted for $1,000, but $100,000, but we haven't necessarily spent that. Say that's why the reserve is still higher than it is. The reserve that we're using is the well-being budget, the well-being reserve the council approved back in 2022, but that really was fully funded from what was previously the policing reserve. And the policing reserve had been there from when the police costing billing model was such that they could send an invoice in November for something much higher than our budgeted amount, and we just had to pay it. Whereas now we know at the start of the year exactly how much we're going to pay, and we budget accordingly. So the money that's in that reserve isn't associated with anything specifically other than well-being. And the reason we use that one, of course, is because the community safety and well-being plans are based on the Community Policing Act. They're designed to help with the reduction of social determinants for crime and poverty and health and so on. So hopefully reduce costs over the long run for things like policing and healthcare and so on. I think in terms of a report on exactly what the municipality gets out of this, it's a very difficult one. And we certainly heard some comments about that at the Roma conference over the last couple of days. You get a report every year to say what we are doing as part of wellbeing, and we bring forward additional things when we have major projects that we want to move forward. So things like a youth centre wouldn't move forward until council had seen that and seen a budget specifically associated with that. It is very difficult in these things, as it is in any social services, to say investment of $20,000 leads to 4 people having more experience in this, or savings of $15,000 in policing budgets. It really just doesn't work that way. And if it ever does, it's likely over 20 years, because our youth of today have less problems with the court process or with the health system in 20 years' time. I think what we get out of it is that we are improving our community and offering more to the public than we would be able to do otherwise. If we didn't have this, then we wouldn't necessarily be able to do some of the promotion of some of the healthcare things like mental health services that we're accessing and so on. We wouldn't necessarily be able to invest money in more youth or seniors programming as we've been looking at, and all of those kinds of things. The annual grant program, that is the community wellbeing bursary program that has existed for the last 12 years in one form or other. It's completely within council's gift. You have committed funding for the rest of this term of council by making your awards to the various community organisations last year. But yes, yeah, council could remove that now, and you're not committed to those things. But I know those organisations do budget for that money you've awarded, but it certainly doesn't have to be in the budget on a future basis.
Just a quick comment to our fire chief. I just want to commend you for presenting us a lean budget. Courtney, just recognizing the increase in fire calls and medical calls that your department is facing. I just want you to know I appreciate that you really have sharpened your pencil on these numbers.
Thank you very much. We definitely tried. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, so still with regards to fire administration and suppression, so it's the number is 0555. Steve, if you need that. Hit Control F and then hit 0555 and it'll take you right to the page. So in any case, the line item that is recoverable fire calls for Grey Highlands, I noticed that the 2023 actuals are significantly higher than the 2023 budget. So just like to know a little bit more about that. And also my second question, or my other question would be if we're confident that the 2024 budget number of $28,000 would be sufficient. Thank you.
So for the Grey Highlands calls, it's actually recovery. So that's what we get back from Grey Highlands for responding into their area. And we had a higher number this year in 2023 from a response standpoint because we went and handled 2 structure fires for them. And because of that, we had a larger recovery from them. It is very up and down. We've already been into Grey Highlands 3 times in January, which is higher than the last couple of years. So my guess is we'll have a higher number in recovery this year just based on the start of the year, but it's very up and down.
28,000 is a 3-year average. That we tend to use a 3-year average for a lot of these sort of uncertain revenues in particular, because it's our best guess.
That's great. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Looking at the ITFD, I just wanted to explain why it's 14%. Calls are increased, which is a cost. Calls have increased dramatically. And because of 2 or 3 things, because we were in negotiations for the contract and we didn't put as much into capital the year before, so capital has gone up to where it should be. So we are where we want to be now, but it's not really a 14% increase because the year before we reduced the capital because of different things. But I just wanted to, our capital cost for the 24 budget is 87,500. In our last ITFD meeting, we changed using the 25-year model to a blended model. So this year's cost should be $60,000, I believe, in capital. So there should be a $27,000 change in that, I believe.
Okay. I was part of that meeting, but we haven't had any confirmation of updated budget figures from Georgian Bluffs yet, so we haven't made a change to this. But yes, there is some savings potentially, I think.
Very little savings in operating, but in the capital, I think it's a $27,000 swing. I think.
Greenfield.
Quickly, legal fees, and the second one is on policing. I'll ask Mr. Smith about the legal fees. I think he can answer it yes or no. Legal fees last year were $221,000. This year they are estimated at $100,000. Are you quite happy with that figure? And as I say, yes or no, I don't need a huge amount of details on that one.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. That was easy. The policing one, and I'm trying to find the page. It seems to me this year, the total was 1.79. And I think for 24, it's, 20 something, where was I? All right, yeah, okay, 119. Is that 179, is that end of year, or are there still some costs? to come
No,
in on
so
that?
that contracted services OPP line is one of those where the actuals aren't end of year because we haven't got the December bill yet. So we'll get the December bill and pay that, and that will take us to 1939070, which was the budgeted amount.
Okay, thanks for that, because it was a difference of about $200,000.
No, we're very lucky actually. The OPP costs have only gone up $13,000 this year, which, you know, considering we do have additional properties in the municipality, is good going.
Councillor Bell?
I did something on the two big line items, which I think are the two big line items, the policing and the fire. And I just took a number of 11,000, the population. And if you take $2 million for having police, and you divide it by that, 50 cents a day. 50 cents a day for policing. With the fire, both in Meaford and the ITFD, if you combine it, you're a little under $1 million. So that's 25 cents a day. So you can tell people that for less than $1 a day, you get fire and you get police. And to me, when I looked at that number, I thought, what an incredible value that truly is. I spend more than that buying a coffee. And we're getting police, so we're getting fire. So
And what makes
it's
that
an incredible number.
I'm really glad you did that, Tony, because what makes that even better as well is that, of course, we do have quite a lot of properties owned by people who aren't included in that 11,000 because they are seasonal residents and so on. So, you know, our actual sort of tax-paying population is higher than that, so it cuts those numbers down even more.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I can't resist our friends in Owen Sound. We'd sure like to say that they can, yes, protect their people for $1 a day. A question, if I may, 0632 special events. I'm curious to know a couple of things. Nothing listed for Family Day, so we're not doing anything for Family Day. And I don't see the sesquicentennial there. Is it somewhere else?
The sesquicentennial, we haven't budgeted through this because council approved that $25,000 from reserves, is my memory. And because we don't have sort of a plan just yet on how that money's getting allocated, we haven't budgeted for it in a specific way. It's perhaps a line that should be there as a revenue and an expense, but no, it's not there. But we know that money is in existence. I'll let Chris talk about Family Day because I think that's just an accounting thing as much as anything else.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Family Day, I don't believe is traditionally planned by the special events department, but rather by the recreation department. So I believe that there are some events that are planned through that budget.
This is the public, 0685 Steve for Meaford Hall admitted public space. Just a quick question on the rental revenue that was 18,000 this year and 74.5 budgeted for 24. I'm just curious where that number kind of comes from.
That's because of the merge of the two Meaford Hall accounts.
I
So
did try and go back and forth a little, just found that a little confusing, so I just wanted to make sure that.
Yes. So yeah, if you looked at the rental revenue from the performance and public space one that we've combined with the admin and performance, then it would come to about the same.
Okay.
Councillor Bartley.
So could somebody explain to me what we're doing with the Meaford Hall? Are we eliminating the one account, putting it all into one now? We separated it a couple of years ago.
So yeah, we separated it, I think probably 5 years ago. How to put this? I think the decision to separate it a few years ago was to try and make a point about the Opera House did make money and letting our community use the building cost us money. The reality is that the overlap between those two things is enormous. And we have things going on in the building in two different ways. We do want it to be a community building, and I think when we've talked about the Meaford strategic plan, still to come, incidentally, we've talked about looking at this as an investment into the building and into cultural services rather than necessarily just as a subsidy of activities. It was becoming very, very difficult for both the Meaford Hall team and the finance team to sort of distinguish what should be in which account. And a huge amount of it was chargebacks between the two to say, oh, 60% of Derek's time should be in one of or the other. And that's always a guesstimate anyway. So like we've done with the treasury accounts, we felt better for Meaford Hall that we just show in one place how much that facility is costing in general to provide both the community service and the commercial service.
Councillor
I fully understand what you're doing. I don't like it. I had a leg to stand on when I could say to my constituents that the portion upstairs in the hall was paying for itself, and now I can't do that.
I think that's something that, like, if council would prefer it the other way, we can put it back the other way. I think administratively it doesn't help us. And I very much see where you're coming from, Councillor Barley, but in my opinion, our messaging should be a little different on that, which is actually the revenue from the upstairs helps us be able to provide it as a true community space. And so, you know, it is all offsetting each other.
Councillor York.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree, Steve, and I agree, Matt. Because I think you're right. I think budgeting it is probably simpler, but I think at the end of the day, internally, we would need to be able to delineate that to literally say, yes, X amount, we're doing professional shows that are coming in, that's generating whatever. At the end of the day, I think we have to be able to validate to community groups and to community as a whole that yes, this number has been supportive of the community, because that Meaford Hall has always been a hot ticket item where people go, what's the value? What's the value? And if we can't actually specifically say the value to the community is X, I think then we're running into trouble. Then it's like Steve said, it's muddy because it's just this great number that people look at and go, how can I validate that?
And I think that's a really good point, and it is something we can do. I know that Krista keeps very detailed records by show of what our income and our outgoings are and so on. And so, you know, when we're thinking about how to do some annual reporting and things, we can definitely show the commercial side of it on a show basis for sure, and what the total is there.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. 0450, page 46. I'm looking at municipal taxation and recognizing that unfortunately last year taxes written off were 112,973 and we're budgeting 53. I mean, it's unfortunate that we're in a situation where people are struggling with their taxes, but just wondering, is 53 going to be enough? Was 23 an anomaly, or what do we think about that?
Could we deal with that when we get to financial services?
Yeah, I'm in the wrong spot. Sorry.
No, that's not it.
My apologies.
There isn't a way that we could get our monitors to show the page we're talking about. Is that impossible, or?
It would be a challenge. Derek, we can get it up on the screen, but then I would need to be able to navigate it from here, and I don't
And that's
know
the
if we
problem
can.
I'm having, navigating it with two sets of. Has to be a better way.
Yeah.
If we would like to take a 5-minute break, then I can get everybody on their computers to be in the same place,
Thank
and then
you.
we can talk about page numbers that everybody's on the
That
same
would be
thing.
excellent. Thank you. So why don't we just take a 5-minute break at this point?
for me to pull the stuff up on the screen as we go as well.
Thank
It's
you
a
for
bit of an
that.
effort because I'll have to have the keyboard for that computer over here, so hopefully it'll work well. But we will keep trying.
So I think the deputy mayor had the floor here.
Oh, thank you, your worship. I'm not sure if we had completed the prior section though, so I just want to make sure we do that before I jump ahead into finance.
Yes, I mean, if there's any more community services things, that would be great to deal with now.
Did I see your hand, Councillor Bartley?
So the fire department is inside
Yes.
community services. So on page 21 of this agenda, contribution to reserve fund to the fire department, $220,000 last year. Where does that come from?
So that is the capital projects, the transfer to the reserve.
So changing that does not affect the levy at all.
No, because that's just whatever we do in the capital budget, that number will match up with that.
So in 2025, when it goes to $1 million, doesn't hit the levy at all.
In the terms of the capital budget, it does, but it doesn't make the operating budget go up by a set amount.
Thank you.
Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not on here, but I just have a question. We received a deputation from the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay and they requested $10,000 potential funding. Just wondering if we're entertaining that, and if so, where are we putting that?
I would put that in economic development, I think, if you want to bring forward something. So we'll deal with that when we get to Rob's team in a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for raising that because I want to know about that too. Okay. Councillor Bartley?
And thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I'm sorry if I missed this, Chief. I was so busy trying to find the page number. We talked about Great Highlands, so we're putting their costs up next year. Have they agreed to that? Or is it just an ongoing thing? They have to pay it?
It's an ongoing thing. They have to pay it. We have a really good close working relationship with Chief Wellwood. And we are constantly talking in regards to what's the best way to do it, but there's never been any issue, and he does pay for all the calls that are into his section of the of Great Highlands that we respond to.
Okay, just going through Great Highlands budget, I didn't see that price go up on there.
So they won't see it in the same way because it's a by call number. So that's the 28,000 is our estimate. If we do 2 calls and the total cost is 1,500, that's what our revenue will be. If we do 25 calls and our revenues cost is 100,000, that's what our revenue will be. So Grey Highlands might show it as a $5,000 cost or $100,000 cost. It doesn't really matter to us what they show because they'll just have to pay the bills when the bills arrive.
So have we exhausted that? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Reporter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So I'm looking at page 23. Just want to get some clarification on line item 6141, the insurance premiums. Are we budgeting enough to cover those premiums considering the actuals in the budget for 2023?
Yes. I'm not sure why the actuals on that insurance premium are as high as they are. All of our insurance premiums get split between about 16 different accounts. So we know what our total is. And then we do a calculation based on the type of insurance and the building or the service and so on. So as that page is related to fire administration, my guess is that we're charging both the fire vehicles and the fire administration insurance to that account, whereas some of that money should be going to the fire vehicles because there's a line for insurance in there too.
Any other questions on this section? Okay, I guess we're ready. Is it the financial?
That's great. I think we are now going to move to development services. And I'll figure out what page development services starts on. Services starts on page 124 of the book that you've got in front of you. With us today, we've got Denise McCall, the manager of planning services, Graham Taylor, our economic development coordinator, and of course, Rob has joined us again. This team has 13 full-time positions and 3 seasonal positions split across planning, building, economic development, and municipal enforcement. Oh, and Holly Hines, our manager of enforcement, here as well. A couple of highlights from this. You'll see in the economic development budget that the revenue for CIP from the County of Grey has gone down from 20,000 to 0. That was part of the county's budget deliberations, they would stop funding local CIPs. That means that the expense for the CIP has gone down from 70,000 to 50,000 accordingly. There's a significantly reduced revenue in planning services, as we've talked about a few times over the last year. All of the revenues in planning and building are very much based on development forecasts. So we've updated those forecasts, and so the revenue is based on what we expect to happen in 2024. Worth noting that there are 20 building permit applications for new homes that came in 2023, but the fee will be paid in 2024. So kind of there's a balance there between the actual being a bit under, and I suspect that we'll have a number in 2024 pretty quickly. 3 operating projects that we wanted to highlight, and they're shown in the budget as tangible, non-tangible operating project lines. We have 2 projects in the economic development budget, both related to council priorities, $5,000 for re-establishing Market Square, and then an additional $5,000 for the downtown public realm plan, which is in addition to the 25,000 that was budgeted last year. And then there is also a zoning bylaw update, which is funded by money that was budgeted in 2023. And the team will be very happy to take any questions you have.
Councillor Yerick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing the deck dev is the first one on that list, I will now bring up the TISGB ask for the 10,000.
Oh, okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to actually support that organization and to contribute the $10,000 to that.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ford. Discussion? Did you want to weigh in on this at all?
Thank you, Your Worship. The only thing is, and this might be coming after, if council would have any particular direction or expectation of that, is it just funding it as requested and that's fine, or is there an ask of staff associated with supporting them or what have you? That's all. Thank you.
And I think that's fair. We know that, and again, having been at Roma, affordable housing and, social constructs, particularly mental health and homelessness are very, very, very huge problems in our community as well as Ontario in general. This organization in particular is very, very engaged in trying to find solutions or at least recommendations and working with municipalities on that. Having said that, I know that they've talked about holding more events at Meaford Hall to make sure that our community is engaged. So I think that there's value in it, just because in years past, that organization has been a little more centric towards south of us, and Meaford is getting more and more engaged in this. And I just think our showing of support strengthens that. And I think those are the causes in particular that we will be working on through those vehicles.
I would like to contribute that the housing forum that I attended, I've attended a number of events like that around the district, and the one right here in our backyard was by far the most enlightening and the most encouraging. And I felt that this kind of activity happening, so close to home is extremely important. We've paid lots of dues to lots of organizations centered around the Georgian Triangle, if you like, and I'm not sure what kind of value we got always. I'd like to see something more concrete coming out of this, but I think it may proceed eventually, and I think it's, they're trying to move from a formation stage to to a sustainable stage, I guess. And I think that since they are working in our community, that $10,000 is a worthy investment in it. But that's my thought. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no doubt about it. I think this organization is doing a great job. They're certainly trying to put some plans and some projects together. Certainly, income-based housing is one of the most important ones. I just want to remind council, though, that when worthwhile groups have come to us asking for donations, we fairly often do not give the total amount. And we're going to be, I'm sure, approached by a number of organizations in the future asking for monies. And again, I think we try to financially assist all of them, but not necessarily to their full request. So we're not talking in an $18.5 million budget. We're not talking huge funding here, but I'm not in favor of going the full 10. Thus far this morning, we have increased our budget, and I think I don't want to lose the sense of reality that is out in our municipality. People are having tough times, and whether it's $5,000, $10,000, or $100,000, we got to be very careful. So I won't support the 10,000.
Just for some additional context to Councillor Greenfield's point, in 21, 22, and 23, there was a payment of $5,000 to this organisation buried under economic development initiatives. That's not something that council ever specifically did themselves. So we pulled it out this time because generally third-party funding requests come through council. So there was 5,000 in there previously, and there is 0 in the base budget this year, just as a comparison.
Other Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I would say, and I totally understand, Harley, the only thing I would say, you said one thing in there that resonated, was you talked about times are tough in this community. Again, we were at Roma. We had some interesting conversations with organizations and people that we literally asked about homelessness in our own backyard, opioid and social problems in our own backyard. So to me, this $10,000 is actually a construct to try and assist those people that are actually a little bit invisible in our community. They're trying to work on advocacy for mechanisms to support literally those people that are not even ratepayers. They're literally invisible in our community because they are under supported. So that's why I think that this particular organization, at the forums I've attended, and I've attended a number of them, and you're right, I don't believe in supporting every organization that comes along the pike, and I wouldn't. This is one I just feel strongly that I think the work they do is important, and I think the value that what they do is substantive to a degree, because we are put in touch with a lot of organizations and people. So even if it's just facilitating methodologies and talking with other communities that talk about how they deal with these things, that's all learning for us. It would cost us $10,000 for us to do that with our staff, to try and get them to go to those communities to learn what they're doing. So I think there's inherent value in this organization and what they do.
Can I just ask you, Mr. Smith, are they qualified for our bursary program? They did not apply, I don't believe.
So they didn't apply for the bursary program. I don't think they would be qualified based on what we know they do right now, because they're sort of not hands-on in the community. The bit that I was going to ask, if council wants to move forward with this, do you want to attach some requirement to it? Is it $10,000 just for base funding for an organization, or is there an outcome you would like to see for your money, I guess? whether that be a housing forum in Meaford or a contribution to an organization. I mean, I don't know quite what that is because I don't know the organization particularly well, but
Certainly the housing forum was extremely well done. It was packed and very successful, I thought.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't think, I don't think that's a difficult ask. I know speaking with Roz Morrison, who was chair, they talked about the success of that Meaford event and they would like to do it again. They had asked about actually doing something like a mayor's forum in Meaford as well. So I don't think, that would be too difficult an ask, and I don't think that would be something they would.
And that I think you would get a return on investment. And I think the reason that the deputy mayor, excluded herself from the discussion is that I think that she's quite involved, actively involved in it, which tells me that, Meaford is involved. It's not, something that isn't, focused on us. Councillor Barkley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I did attend the housing forum here in Meaford. I was thoroughly impressed. I don't know if this funding will go on forever, but for seed money, I'm with you, Councillor Urick, on this one. As long as they do have forums here in Meaford and it's not just sent over to the east, I was impressed and I would like to see what they can come up with.
Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? Well, I believe that's carried. Thank you. Margaret, if you would just alert the deputy mayor that we're where's he from here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the just essentially the $5,000 for establishing Market Square, just curious to know what that funding would actually be used for at this point.
through your worship, that was identified in the project charter as for community engagement. So it was to essentially help us with that outreach. It could be as simple as promotional materials or, finding some design assistance or whatever with that part of the project.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to go back, if I may, to page 127. And I know that Mr. Smith already suggested that forecasting had led to the $720,000 number that we're seeing under the 2024 budget line. But just recognizing the discussion that we had during 2023 and the concern about reaching the 645, which we didn't, could we just have a little bit more information and data as to how you reached the 720 and what projects we are expecting to come on board this year?
Through your worship, I'll kind of go with most recent history. For example, and I think Matt even just mentioned that there was, I believe, 22 building permits that came in from the Loon Call project that came in at the end of the year, but they have not paid their fees for. So that would have aligned essentially with our forecast of what was expected of that project. So essentially it is it's all the items that are in the pipeline, including SkyDev. I might have to ask Denise to look up our current list of what all is in there. But essentially the forecast is based on projects that have gone through a recent sort of major change in terms of their land use entitlements. So that might be a rezoning in preparation for a condominium or a subdivision or a site plan, or something that's come in with a pre-app and they're ready at the site plan stage, or things like Loon Call, where it's already in progress and we're just forecasting how quickly they will deliver their phases. But that's a perfect example of how even something that has all the approvals they need, they're going into the marketplace, they did not deliver as fast as they said they would. And
I mean, that's as good as the data as we can have for our forecasting when we receive it directly from the developer. The other ones are based on our best assumptions, knowing how long things take. So even when there is that best level data and it falls behind, it does show how difficult it is to nail down those numbers. And maybe Denise, if you have the list of the other projects that would have been included in our typical forecasting.
I'm not sure I have so this is the list for the building permits that we expected. So one of the other ones that was in that would have been the One Legion Road project, because it's a little bit, quite a bit further ahead actually than Skydev is. And that's a lot of units. So that would have made a bit of a difference if it had been able to come forward in 2023, for example. So we do expect it to come forward in 2024, given the numbers that we've had, what the stage that we're in. Some of the other projects that we're reviewing site plan for that may have been in there might be Johnny B's, for example. I'm not sure. Some of the other, Loon Call for sure would have had a number of units in there. And then there would have been just sort of looking at the numbers that we had from previous and expecting some of that growth to continue. So what we were experiencing previous to that. But those are two big projects that would have made a huge difference, or will make a huge difference in the numbers if they didn't happen in 2023 and move forward to 2024, which is what we understand for Loon Call, for example. And with the One Legion Road project, I think it was our assumption it would have happened in 2023.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, I've looked at, I've been able to pull it up here. There's a couple things that would have changed from when we would have been at this time last year making the forecast. Skydev would have slipped in terms of timing on what we expected on that, as well as the Sykes Street Hotel. That's just stalled out. You know, that's where the new kitchen retailer in that is. So that in itself, that was 20 units. I believe for Skydev, we had at least a first phase of somewhere in the order of 78 units. And then looking also, as I noted at the beginning of the comments with Loon Call, they've got 22 in that they haven't paid for. So that's how these numbers can slip pretty quickly. And there's I don't think anyone would have thought that those three changes would have happened. If we thought there was a high probability of that, we wouldn't have included them in the forecasts. And so
I think we're as confident as we can be that we will have one of the larger building years, particularly in terms of single family dwellings or townhomes or condos and things that we've had pretty much ever in the community. These are always estimates. We also do have to budget to break even on this budget, so that does play into it. But no, I think between Loon Call and Legion Road and Meaford Haven and a few other sort of smaller fill-in ones, we are as confident as we can be. But it is, as we've talked a few times already, these are estimates, and it is a bit of a stab in the dark because we're not under control of it.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So your estimates include Skydev, not the complete Skydev, just a part of, which would be what? You figure they're going to be in the ground with some cement this year?
through your worship, yes, and this is one of the challenges with them. There is, of course, more complexity in terms of aligning everything from our servicing capacity to them delivering, and just the practicality of even how they might build. We've heard everything from them that they'll be doing it in phases to, well, we want to build everything at once. Quite frankly, the everything at once, which is currently now 3 large buildings of the apartment form and the hotel, is that's hard to see as plausible in our marketplace. So we've looked at it as that it would likely be phased between the hotel and one of the buildings coming up this year. But again, with them,
from what we can tell, there can be all kinds of decisions on their business, but from what we could tell, the cleanup has taken longer than they expected. So that has been one of the delays there, right? That's what happens when you have a site that needs remediation. So it's not the whole meal deal at Skydiv.
Can Councillor Bartley, so let's say Skydiv decided, oh, we're gonna pull it, we're gonna go work in Owen Sound this year. Can we adjust our expenses that quickly?
Through your worship. Yes and no. If we're gonna talk a storyline of a hypothetical of something like that and other things, to make that case more explicit, the end result would be there might have to be a reduction of staff if that happened. That is always on the table, but we're nowhere near that, I believe. But if we had a let's say a collapse of some sort of the marketplace and a lot of people pulling out and it's not there, the fastest we can do is adjust how we're dealing with the division. We have reserves to help us with downturns, and we've been using them over the last couple years, but that has limits. So if we're talking about extreme situations, as with anything, municipalities have those kinds of choices. The flip side of that is also if it explodes and we can't keep up, there are other mechanisms we can do to bring in outside support through of the various tasks that need to happen there, right? So there are things we can do. I think our finance friends here would be able to tell us how rapid that can actually happen, and I don't believe it would be something that would be so obvious that it would be partway through the year. I think it would be at a year end, a realization. You could, again, if we just look at the 22 applications that came in from Loon Call, it was literally the end of the year. If we would have gone into a panic saying, oh my God, they're not applying, well, guess what? We would have been wrong. Now they haven't paid for those yet. We're expecting that in this quarter. But this is really, you got to kind of look at it by year end and then readjust for your course forward. It's not rapid response to that, I think, would lead us into some real problems.
I think one other way that potentially we can deal with some of it if we need to, and as we say, we very much hope we won't. At the top of the page that's on the screen right now, we've got a significant increase for insurance premiums and a legal fees line. Both of those relate to the fact that more of our legal costs over the last handful of years have been related to building services, and therefore we've attached a higher percentage of our insurance costs to that department. If we were at a stage where we needed to find some money, we do have a legal reserve. We do have money set aside for potential insurance stabilization and so on. So, we could find money to help support that. There are some challenges with that because building is supposed to pay for building, but I think some of the things that are in this budget, we could talk about as corporate costs if we needed to, and we could justify that fairly easily.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Matt. I'm glad you brought up the insurance and legal lines because I was going to ask about those. Death, taxes, and now I'm pretty sure rising insurance costs are the three certainties in life. So, but that seemed rather significant. And I'm just wondering, when you're talking about that increase, how do you allocate that to that specifically, and like what exactly those, and this is throughout the whole budget. Obviously, insurance costs went up and a number of those things. And also to the legal aspect, I find it kind of ironic because the OLT is actually kind of taking legal out of our hands to a certain degree because people are just going there and overriding us. We're not even getting the chance to play the game. So I'm just wondering how those two numbers were kind of arrived at.
Sure. So the legal fees are much for building specifically are very much related to claims after the fact. So we have, unfortunately, over the last 10 years, had a number of claims that the municipality didn't perform its duties adequately during a construction phase. We have defended that in all cases, but obviously defending it also costs money because we have to have lawyers and so on. And we come up with $50,000 because that is one deductible for one claim. And so it's kind of a fairly safe bet that we have a claim a year, whether it's realistic or sensible or not, but we still have to pay things on it. That's another line on the actuals where that probably isn't the right amount, because we will be transferring some of the legal fees that are currently in that 221,000 we talked about earlier into building, because they will be related to the Tarion case. Insurance is an interesting one. It's not quite sticking your finger in the air and hoping for the best, but it's also not exactly science. What we do, our insurance policy ends at the end of May every year. So we know what our costs are up until May, and then we take a 15% increase, because that's what the market seems to be doing each year. I think we've had 10 and 18 in the last 2 years, and then apply that 15% increase to the final 7 months of the year. So that's why the overall cost goes up quite a lot. We then take that and look at the fact that we actually get individual premiums for our vehicle insurance and our cyber insurance and our property insurance and our legal liability insurance and so on. And so depending on what those are, we then split them out. So for instance, the vehicle gets split between fleet and fire generally, because those are the two places that we have significant amounts of vehicles that are insured. The public liability gets split between quite a lot of places, but we try and do it based on where we've seen the most claims recently. So whereas over the last few years, I think perhaps 5 to 10% of that legal liability premium has been charged to building, because of the fact that one of the major reasons our premiums is going up is because of building claims. We're now charging 20% of that to the building department, and that means that there should be a decrease in that bit to a different part of the organization. I think that's particularly important that we do that for things like building and water, Memorial Park and things where they are meant to be break-even accounts, that we actually charge as best as we can the right amount to those places. We could turn around and say, no, don't charge 56,000 to that budget, charge 15,000, because that's what it was last year. But then we just have to allocate that money to somewhere else in the tax levy. Because we also can't budget to make a profit in buildings, so we'd have to reduce the revenues as well.
Yeah. Mr. Voigt?
Through your worship, the councillor made a note also about the change with the OLT. Actually, the more times we go to OLT, the more we engage with lawyers. So that actually would be going up. And again, with all these budgets essentially are preparatory in nature. And with things like building, we need to be prepared for a reasonable but kind of high end of the amount of work that's coming, because the opposite of that is it could be far more costly and dangerous to the municipality, right? If we've estimated far too low and then that workload comes in, then we're really scrambling about, how do we deal with that? It's a bit of a dance we do on this one in particular.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've talked about this in times past about how the building reports are presented. So I like reading the lines where it said, how much money did we actually get from the permits? How much money do we make for septic permits? And now that I see that you've got it clearly stated in a budget, that I don't think it's a problem to see that. So, the planning and building departments are working on $1 million, endeavors, but I'm just saying I appreciate reading that, what we actually got for our licenses and fees. I would like us to have a conversation, and I brought this up before on page, where am I, 132, and it's the top one about animal control and the pound and fees. So I'm getting a nice smile from our lead bylaw officer. Mm-hmm. And what I would like to have a discussion on and get my fellow councillors' thoughts on this today. We have a line that says that the first time offense, finding a dog loose downtown or where the bylaw encounters this dog, it is listed at this time that there is no charge for that engagement. And I would like to propose that we have a $50 fee for that engagement. I understand that bylaw uses that first time engagement to have conversations on a number of issues that may arise from having a dog at large. I believe that $50 also helps recoup some costs for your fellow officers or yourself engaged on that subject matter. I choose $50 because there are other areas in our budget that I have read where staff time is simply listed and $50 comes up quite frequently. So I would like to introduce first time engagement is $50. Coupled with that, second offense, same day pickup. The dog does not go off to the pound. It's $300. I think that is a bit much. And I would like to suggest for conversation, second offense, same day pickup, $150. So, and we take a look at what the numbers are when you send the dog off to the pound. I think it's 250. No, I mean, you might as well send the dog off to the pound. And I thought, well, if I say that, that's like when I boil maple syrup. I can't count my time running around and looking at that. I just have to go get my pooch. So that's my two things. Put $50 for first time engagement for our bylaw and reduce the same day second offense from 300 to 150. So I'd just like to hear thoughts in particular from our lead bylaw. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Voigt.
Your worship, I'll just jump in, kind of stating the obvious. We won't be able to calculate right now live what that impact on here is. I think it's fair to say, given the scale of the overall budget and the numbers we're talking here, it has minimal impact on budget, but perhaps greater impact on the individuals that are dealing with, Holly will give you the details, but of course, as soon as we're engaging with the pound, like there's minimum costs that come from that. And I think we just want to make sure that it's not costing the overall taxpayer money because we have to pay those services. So I'll let Holly quickly describe what the scale of that is when we take animals to the pound.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Bell and to others. With the fees amount, it's really great to have a dog tag on your dog so then we can find the owner. So the incentive is to encourage owners to be responsible and obtain dog tags because then we can get your dog back to you within 15 to 20 minutes. Instead of having a dog with no tag, holding the dog, we're very fortunate that we do have an enclosure at the fire department. So we can hold the dog to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, not to incur much costs. So that's what we do as well. But once we take it to the pound, it is 1 officer, 2 people, 4 hours, or 1 person based on the aggression of the dog or not. So, but if you would like to put a fee for service for you don't have same day, same occurrence, we can easily place that in. I don't know off the top of my head how many dogs at large we have, but I know we do about 10 to 12 dogs we do take to the pound. And about half of those, we recoup cost on that from the actual owners picking up their dogs. The other half, we have to pay that service fee because people do drop their dogs, unfortunately, and we have those allocations within the budget process.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Margaret and I are having a very clerky debate over messages while this conversation's going on. Technically, the fees and charges isn't here today. So what I think I wanted to make sure that Holly in particular could give you some feedback on that. But what I'm going to suggest is that you propose an amendment to the fees and charges on Monday when that's on the council agenda. And then if that passes, we will update the revenues in the budget before the budget public meeting, because as Rob says, it will be $500 here or there, I suspect. And so it doesn't affect our overall budget too much. Does that make sense?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Page 134, item 0690, we're back in planning. And looking at fees and charges and recognizing that that's totally correlated with the expected building permits. And should we not be as successful as we hope we will, I'm just curious to know what kind of reserve we have in the building department to cover if the building permits and the associated fees don't come in where they are projected to be in this budget.
Currently we have $169,000 approximately in the building department. So based on an estimate currently, I'm projecting to take about $100,000 out of that. But now that Matt has said there's some legal fees, it may be a little bit more. So I'm not really sure where we'll end up at the end of 2023.
Just to follow up, if I may, your worship. So if things do go sideways in 24, where's the funding going to come from?
Like Matt said earlier, about maybe the legal fees will have to, some of them come out of a legal reserve. But I do think we should be taking a hard look at those fees in general anyway. But realize that the building department does have to be self-sufficient. So we always budget to zero. And that's why the fee is the way it is.
I think the other thing there is that if we, again, very much hoping we don't have to, but if we have to go into a negative position on the reserve, then we would be able to do so in the short term, but that would likely mean that we then had to raise fees fairly significantly in 2025 to cover the cost of it, because the building permit fees are meant to cover the cost of doing what we need to do. And I think this is one of the challenges, because in this municipality, we have understaffed our building department for many, many years. And I think now we know that we have a good number of staff and we are doing the work that needs to be done. But we need those staff in order to deal with even the current work that's happening. So it may well be that for 2025, if numbers aren't looking so great, we have to look fairly hard at what the fees we're charging for building permits are to recoup some of the costs.
Mr. Voigt, you.
And through your worship, perhaps there's something here also from an oversight, not only from senior management, but from council's perspective, that the way we track and sort of keep our finger on the pulse of what's happening there, that maybe we should be looking at other ways to present to council with some of these quarterly reports on where we're at, and have more fulsome discussions about that. So if, as Matt said, that we maybe need to amend the fees bylaw, so that we're not going into a year-end realization of something not going well, maybe more engagement with some of the developers that are out there, so that we get better numbers from them. I mean, and that is a bit of a cajoling and pressure tactic. We can't make them do things. But I think what I'm offering here is that maybe we can look at ways that keep council more abreast of the status of the workload and how it relates to the financial well-being of that division. And if we do need to, then worst case scenario, we can start looking at upping fees or other actions where we can deal with those lack of revenues if that is the case.
The other thing, just to add, Deputy Mayor, you mentioned page 134, which is what's up on the screen, and that is the planning and development line. So that is different to the building services one. So if planning revenues don't hit targets, and that's very much happened in 2023 because things have moved slower than we anticipated, then that is looked at through the surplus. Because planning can be and is, as a standard, subsidized by the taxpayer for the community planning aspect of it. So, if we are significantly under budget in revenues for planning and development, then general municipal tax levy accounts come into play to balance that off.
And on that note, we have been, since I've been here, we've been taking an approach that we are
using a lesser percentage of the general revenue to run the planning department. So we've been doing our best to have it run or be paid for through applications. There are plenty of places where it's a much greater percentage just out of general tax revenue, right? So again, that's that balance on how are you getting your revenues versus your expenses. And so it's not unheard of that municipalities are using the general revenue to support a much greater percentage of your planning departments.
Can I take us back to page 132 for a moment? And I just have a question about livestock claims. And I don't know if anyone in the room really knows this, because I think that Brittany is responsible for this area. But it appears to me in signing the checks that some of these claims actually come from outside our municipality. And I just wondered if that could be explained or.
The only thing that could make that happen is if the billing address or the home address of the property owner was in a different municipality. So if the farm that had a livestock claim on it was in the municipality, but it was owned by somebody who owns property here and in Chatsworth, we may send the check to Chatsworth.
So I can tell you that this is, I read all the invoices, obviously, and these are fascinating. We should organize a big coyote hunt, because this $10,000 is, going to be exceeded going forward. I just can't believe the number of incidents. And the interesting thing is that I also find, reading between the lines, a lot of actual emotional impact on families. They're watching their animals. They're keeping them very close. They're doing everything they can to try and avoid the problem. And there's an awful lot of kills going on. And as I say, it'll be more than $10,000 before long, the way they're mounting up.
I agree. This is one of those that is an in and an out, because the claims themselves, we do eventually, and it is eventually, get the money back from the province for. We do make a loss on these because the fees for our livestock valuer, we have to pay for that. And so the more claims there are, the more cost there are for that. But that is a relatively small amount, because thankfully our fees for evaluators are pretty good. But yes, if that 10,000 at the top there in provincial animal claims, if the livestock claims in the middle and the expenses is well over 10,000, the province animal claims revenue line at the top there should be basically the same. It's this weird system where we have to pay somebody and then the province pays us back, rather than the province just paying it direct to them, which I don't really understand.
And there's also a cost to having these claims investigated as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, okay, thank you. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Line 6011, just curious, the $10,000, the on-call standby wages. There isn't a line item in that for 23, and I'm just curious where that comes from.
That's an easy one that I'll take, because I moved it. That was, so our only on-call for bylaw is related to animal control. But if you go back and look at the municipal enforcement budget for 2023, the on-call wages were in municipal enforcement. So I've just moved them from enforcement to animal control to better reflect what that actually is for.
Another question?
Yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, that was an easy one. Thank you. It's nice when that happens. Just so Graham doesn't feel left out up here. I did, going back to the ECDEV, there was in there the 10,500 for, again, the conference fees and that kind of thing, whereas the following years were like 3,000. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan for a large patient this year in particular? It's 602. On page 145. Rather significant increase for 1 year and then going back down.
Almost certainly a one-off cost. I'm sorry, which code was it?
Your worship, so we have in there, it's the there's sort of professional conferences associated with just purely the ECDev. Meals, marketing, tourism, webinars as well. The larger number there is
Main Street.
and that is, yeah, that is in support of the Main Streets Conference. If either staff or potentially support of citizens being sent to that conference. So that's a one-off in the launch of this, and that represents 7,500 of it. So.
So that
question.
is in addition to the 25,000 that is in the budget under economic development initiatives for Main Streets. So council could, if they wanted to say, no, anything like that should come out of that Main Streets budget. But I think our feeling was that we want that $25,000 to be true startup funds for the organisation rather than spend a lot to send people off to a conference.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kenner. I just wanted to give a comment on your livestock claims. I was successful in a livestock claim against this municipality. 12 of my prize winning sheep were either killed or maimed. They were by 3 dogs with collars on them. So I agree with your coyote issue, but henceforth, these were dogs with collars on them. Going back to what Councillor Bell was bringing up for fees and charges, I would like it higher. So just I thought I'd let you know that it's not always the coyotes.
Yeah, I haven't seen one that hasn't been a coyote, but anyway. Or it's really teams of them, yeah.
The blame could be coyotes, and if my wife hadn't witnessed this with a broken leg and unable to use my shotgun, no, I'm serious. She got training after. We would have written it up to coyotes.
Interesting. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Come back to municipal enforcement 0545. And just for thoughts from staff, we're moving forward with our STR bylaw and recognizing a component of that is enforcement. And do we feel that we have enough support here in the budget to meet whatever, and we don't know specifically yet, but whatever the requirements for enforcement may be coming out of that bylaw process?
Go ahead, Mr. White.
Through your worship. Only if we would change level of service and something else. By the very basics of it, we would expect that there would be for the more critical enforcement would be evening rowdy party type stuff, nighttime things. We don't have staffed up at that time. So if that were the case, we'd have to change their contracts. And then also take away some other service that they were doing because their hours are now spent at those times. That's the only way that this budget would address a whole new service provision that will come out of that licensing program. So that's the short answer is no, unless you want to change other services. And one last thing, and we don't know what that number is yet because Matt and I are still working on the details of that licensing program and then the enforcement of it, et cetera, et cetera.
And we don't know what the fees will be at this point either.
We're in the last stage of identifying of how we might suggest what that licensing program is. Fully internal in partners with others who are already doing it, what have you. And then from that, whatever council's decision is, then what falls out of that is, well, it takes this much time, this many people, this much cost to do that.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Memorial Park parking fees. Tell me if I'm wrong, but we brought this up during COVID because we got an influx of people from the city taking over our parks. That's the way I see it. Can you tell me what we took in for them fees and is it worth doing that anymore?
Yeah, the revenue there is um is the revenue in Memorial Park for that one?
That's in recreation.
Yeah, so the revenue for it's in Memorial Park. So hold on, I'll have to just find that. Um So I believe it is in this other income line, 4160. So the revenue this year was around about $18,000. Might be other fees and charges. Does anybody from my finance team know? Other income. Okay, so it is in the other income. So $18,000 was obtained last year. I don't actually know why that's going down this year, but let me try and figure that out. So yes, in that it pays for some of the additional enforcement staff that, in my opinion anyway, and the team may have a different opinion, we would still want anyway, because it's not just about paid parking enforcement, it's about enforcement of where people are parking and all that sort of stuff, and doing things in our parks over the summer. There has been a significant value to getting people to park in appropriate places in Memorial Park, not just abandoning cars wherever they want to. But that can be done in other ways. So it's possible to take it out. I don't think it certainly wouldn't save us any money, and it would just reduce the revenues. So that's very, very much about what you as council want in terms of service for people using Memorial Park.
I know we added 2 part-time bylaw enforcement officers to look after basically the park and the harbor. We're not charging for the harbor, but we're taking in you've got it now at 10,000 for next year. And would probably cost us $30,000 for 2 bylaw officers. I just putting it out there. Holly, you're into it more than I am. Do you still think it's necessary?
So I think you've got to put Memorial Park as a whole. We do park warden duties with Memorial Park, so my team is there to midnight to 1 a.m. But they also patrol a totality of 96 hours is my team. And to have that, we need the 3 seasonal persons to do that. With that, that'll generate money for parking tickets. Of course, once people become compliant, less parking tickets are issued. And I did see a decrease about maybe 30 or 40 tickets of parking enforcement based on people paying for parking or the reduction of vehicles being at Memorial Park. But I believe that in order to maintain the service of patrolling the parks or doing the park warden duties, this is the staff that I need to do the job.
I think if you would, Councillor Bartley, when we have our operations team here, a good question to ask will be why the revenue is predicted to go down to 10,000, because I don't know the answer to that, because I think that does change the value proposition.
If I can add one point to that in terms of as the councillor was mentioning about the purpose of bringing forth the parking bylaw at the time, we are planning on updating our parking bylaw this year. It's one of Holly's work program items, and so it will be coming back to council for a bunch of different reasons. So you'll have another chance to again talk about the why and how that service is delivered.
you maybe want to walk us through the next section?
Yeah,
I think we're
absolutely.
hopping
I
all over the
believe
place.
that we're going to bring in the engineering team next. Let me just double check.
Thank you, everyone.
So yes, so thank you to the Development Services team. Tori will be joining us very shortly. I think she can hear me. And then I think we'll probably pause for some lunch after that because it should be being delivered any time now. Let me find out. Uh, 103. Presentations in alphabetical order. Apparently the book isn't.
So there's a full file. Yes.
But we'll cover everything, don't worry. So while Tori's on her way in, I will just sort of give you the quick overview. Engineering services now has 8 full-time positions, 2 part-time and 1 seasonal role. Within that group, that's our project management office that focuses greatly on the capital program, the facilities division that the council created last year, asset management and GIS. The part-timers are the in-house cleaners that we introduced last year, and the seasonal is an asset management student. There are a couple of notes to this one that are worth highlighting. This year, the budget includes the full year cost of that facilities division. You'll remember that when you approved the 2 positions of facility supervisor and tradesperson last year, we budgeted them from May because that was when we were going to be able to bring people in. This year, now that of course has a full year cost attached to it. There is a little bit of an increase on some of the maintenance lines for facilities. We've got a real increased focus on preventative maintenance, which is one of the main purposes of creating that division. And we are very much hoping and already seeing that will help us prevent some of those costly emergency repairs. There's an additional cost centre for 87 Stewart Street. That's the facility next to the fire hall. Previously, maintenance expenses related to that facility have been showing up in the compost budget, but as we don't do anything related to composting in that building anymore, we've moved it out to a facility budget. All of the project management costs, as I mentioned last week, are shown in the operating budget as cost charge PMO. They are all they are included in our calculations of the capital budget, but they don't appear as capital costs within your documentation. But we want to make sure that we are considering those costs when we think about our capital budget, because all of the work that they do pretty much is on capital projects. And there is one operating project in this area within the facilities management team. $70,000 is set aside for building condition assessments. We did these first 5 years ago, and they're one of those things like street scans and road counts that we need to do on a regular basis to help us with our asset management planning and making sure we know what condition our buildings are in. And with that, Tori is here, so we will, between us, take any questions, and Steve will probably deal with some technical stuff if we ever get that far.
Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 118, which is the facility maintenance patrol A. And again, this is very much like my previous kind of small fry stuff, but it's consistent. There's 3 or 4 places where hydro increases were, or where actuals were much lower than budgeted. So I'm just wondering, so there, for example, we were budgeted for 25, we used 8, we're still budgeting 23 next year, and I'm just wondering, I know hydro is like insurance is going up all the time, but that's significant.
For all of our utility costs, we looked at a 3-year average of actual usage. Obviously, we were in 2023, we didn't know what the final would be, but we were looking at the 6-month usage, which is a pretty good representation. And then we added 3% onto that. The reason why the 2023 budget might appear low is because we don't have those final costs in yet. So there is additional cost that will make that budget higher. But we are trying to use an average, and if we are seeing significant changes, we were looking at that as well.
For instance, 2021 hydro for that building was 17,729. The 2022 was 21,926.
Thank you. Just a short question on page 104, asset management grants from Ontario 4115. We were budgeted $80,000 for 23. It's not on there. Did we get that money?
Yes, this is a portion of our OSIF funding that we get annually, and we are allowed to use 80,000 towards asset management. I would say it's just an accounting thing as well. It hasn't yet been used, but we are putting it towards this department, the maximum amount that we can, and we receive it every year. It's the grant funding that is automatic that we get from the government. So I think this year's allocation is just over 1.3 million. And so 80,000 of that will again go into this asset management budget.
Doesn't change the surplus any because the money's there in another account as we speak.
Yep.
Thank you.
Other questions? Your questions? We're gonna let Tori off light.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she'll have lots to talk about on Tuesday, that's for sure. Okay then, we can move on with financial services, but our IT manager isn't up here yet, but we can get him pretty quick. He's on his way, or we can pause and take a break for lunch because I think food is about to be delivered. Up to you really, Mr. Mayor.
I thought you had something to add. To add, no, okay. What's your pleasure around the horseshoe? Do you want to take a lunch break now and back to it, or do you want to? Okay, let's adjourn then for the reconvene at 12:30. Does that work for people? Okay, thank you. It is 12:30 and we said we would be back after lunch to continue with today's budget session on the operating budget. And I'm going to turn it over to our acting CAO, Matt Smith, to continue the
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to get started this afternoon with the financial services team. So joining us up front any moment now will be Justin Weber, our manager of financial services, and Mark Aiken, our manager of information technology. Those are the two sections that financial services covers at the moment, and there's 10 full-time positions between those two areas. A handful of budget notes for financial services. I think some of these we mentioned previously. The education tax rates we've now been told will remain the same for 2024. That includes that federal education PILT rate that we've had some challenges with. We are still budgeting as if we will get full payment on that, but the province and the federal government are still in a dispute about it. The supplementary tax revenue significantly increased. We've based that on a 3-year average, as we do for a lot of these revenue things. And then there are 3 operating projects all in the IT budget. There's a $8,000 for a software link between our work order software and our asset management software. There's $14,500 for some disaster recovery software and $10,000 for expanding fiber optic cables to different municipal facilities. I know the team are happy to answer any questions. We are on 45.
give people a second here to find their page. Questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm starting on page 53, 0503. And first of all, congratulations, Val, on the investment income. That's really impressive. I noticed there's none scheduled for 2024 and we'd only budgeted 140 for 2023. Any sense of where we'll be at, or just any of your thoughts on what we might see for investment income?
For the investment income, so we have combined departments 503 and department 510. So if you go to page 54, there's an investment income account in that department. For 2024, we are budgeting 200,000.
Follow-up question? Did you want to follow up with anything? No? Okay, okay. Other questions? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you. Page 48 for the education, English public. Our actuals were 782,000, yet we're going ahead at 600, 630, or it was 600. Now we're 630, 642. Why the difference?
There's a journal entry that hasn't been recorded yet. We had, when the supplemental for the range was entered, we had put the wrong definer in. So everything got allocated to English public, but it should be broke down.
Any other questions? Here, Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Valerie, and I apologize because I found it on the other numbers page, but it was taxes written off in 2023 were 112,973, so about 113,000. Now, the estimate for this year, I think, was about half of that, 55,000. Did we just hit a bad year last year, or can you help me with that?
Yes. The number that we're using is a 3-year average. Last year, MPAC did some adjustments for the farm forestry exemption. So they changed their exemption portion from like 20 acres to 30 acres. And so all of those farms, and it was like a consolidated, so if you had 5 farms, you were only allowed the 30-acre exemption for the total of your farms, not just one. But that reduced a lot of people to get an increased exemption portion on their farms. That's why there's a write-off.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Page 53. Income, sale of a capital asset, 254. Is that the Sky Dev little section that we sold?
Yes.
And has that money been allocated to anywhere?
I think when the sale happened, the resolution included a transfer to a reserve. I can't remember which one. Likely the roadways reserve, because that's where we normally put the money from road allowances. So it will be transferred there at the end of the year if it hasn't been already.
Okay.
Currently, it's not transferred to the reserve.
So that's money that isn't being used. So that could be used for another capital project at like the parking lot that we're about to do.
Potentially.
I'm not bringing that forward now. I just putting that in the bank for right now. Thank you. Means nothing on the budget, just page 56, post-retirement benefits are going down. Can that be explained?
I'm going to have a go at this one because Val and I have had long conversations about it. The amount that's in there now is what we expect to actually spend. What's listed in the actuals is more of an accounting write-off about future potential costs over the next number of years. So, you know, what's in there for the budget should be what we actually write a check for. So that's what actually affects the taxpayer.
Okay.
Can I ask, on page 53, the PILT settlement, there's nothing entered for 23 or 24. Now, is that the education one that is up in the air with?
The PILT settlement is the one that when we finally got everything done in 2021 and we got the big amount.
Yes.
That line's probably, it just won't be used anymore because of, that's when we settled. Like it was like for 10 years, we disputed our amount. So we got a huge dollar value. That's just a line that it should be deleted. And because of the way we printed this, you see it.
But there is not like a continuing annual payment from.
No, that's in the accounts that are kept by lower tier. So that's the education dispute that we're having. It's not even a dispute right now. So what happens is the province mandates the education rates. And currently education rate for a commercial property is 0.088. And the payment in lieu properties, the education rate for a payment in lieu property is 0.125. But the take range currently only wants to pay us on the lower 0.088. And that's what I've been asking to put into a reserve every year to offset, to make sure we're not going to be short of something down the line.
So the actual annual tax bill or PILT bill that we get from the province is up here in 0455. You'll see PIL municipal and PIL other there with an income of $900,000, give or take. That's this year's money. The settlement was for all the back pay and things.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you. Just not so we don't leave Mark out. I'm looking at page 57 and line items 6689 and non-tangible operating projects, 32,500. I just wondered if you could tell us what those might be.
Sure. So we've been endeavoring for a few years to complete
the fiber optic cabling between the majority of the municipal offices and buildings. There's a few things that were left out that weren't able to be completed in the initial sort of targeted budget, and that was I had them written down. There was an enhanced antenna connection between the water tower and this building to increase the internet speed and throughput. There was also connectivity at Memorial Park and the cemetery. That was also going to offshoot to wastewater. And once that would be completed, and then there was another in the harbor budget, also bringing the fiber optic into the harbor, and that was essentially going to complete and enclose the entire network for the majority of all of the municipal buildings. So what that would do is then we could cancel all of the separate internet connections that we have at all these buildings. So, I mean, there's a cost savings there, but then there's also a decreased attack surface from a vulnerability and security standpoint that would then not have each individual building going out to the internet on its own, which in essence makes it attackable. So we would basically be closing off the entire network of the municipality to make it more secure, more efficient, and have better throughput and better interconnectivity between buildings. There was also a disaster recovery software. So we had last year, I believe, even approved a $60,000 backup server system to be part of the disaster recovery and business continuity plan for the municipality. The thing with having a DR solution like that, if you're going to invest in that hardware and have it at a secondary location, the idea is to have those you really don't want to be closer than 5 kilometers, but you ideally want to be at least 10 kilometers away in the event of tornado, flood. You know, you wouldn't want to have both buildings with your primary and secondary locations wiped out by the same event, because that doesn't do much to recover from a disaster if both of them are included in that disaster. So what we've looked at instead is going to a virtual solution on what they call a warm failover, where we would essentially have pre-provisioned a co-location in the cloud, where in the event that we did need to trigger an emergency and fail over, we would then switch all of our communications, all of our data servers, and all of our systems would then move into a cloud location for a predetermined amount of time until we were able to revert back from that emergency. So the savings there for this, basically what they call disaster recovery as a service, is $11,000 a year. Typically, when we look at hardware, we're looking at that $60,000 hardware implementation. The recommendation is that to be replaced every 3 to 5 years, just to have it be in good working condition if you ever needed to fail over to that. So the idea of this at $11,000 a year as an operating expense rather than as a capital investment of 60 every 3 to 5 years, there's still savings there, and there's a more efficient and less maintenance, less interaction. We don't have to maintain a whole separate server stack. And so it in essence is there when we need it, should we ever need it, but we don't have to maintain it. That's all sort of a managed service that's put on by that provider. And then the third thing, the custom API. So the mesh system that runs the fleets and their maintenance schedules and their, pardon me? Yeah, and their patrols and things. It in of itself manages their maintenance. It triggers help tickets and service records and, you know, regular maintenance schedules and all of those things. And the idea is we want to have that information also captured in the work order software so that we don't have two separate, although this one functions better and needs to be maintained as a live production environment. We also want to have that labor and expense and everything else reflected into the asset management system. So that API is a plugin that makes those two systems communicate to each other so that we can have that work and expense reflected in our primary container for managing those assets and that labor.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. On page 62, way down at the bottom, line 6141, it mentions that 2023 insurance was 112,000. For 24, it's 58,000. Now, I can't believe we got a break in insurance premiums. Could that be that maybe some of that 112 is allocated someplace else for 24?
So which page were you on?
That's page 62.
62.
And
So
the last entry, 6141.
we've skipped into roadways. So can you hold that question until I get the roadways team in?
How did I skip to roadways? Sorry. Yeah, I can do that.
Anything else for the financial services team?
Councillor Bartley.
Big man, we still,
That's operations as well.
so big man would drop 322K. Jocelyn allowed.
So
Page 59.
we'll need Jeff Freeze in here for that one. So that's in the operations section, not the financial services section. So we can just hold that thought till we do the next bit. Thank you. Okay, if we're done on financial services, we will bring in the operations services team. Jessica is, of course, already with us. Joining us, Jeff Freeze, Manager of Transportation and Fleet Services, Chris Collier, Manager of Environmental Services, and Rod Willis, Manager of Parks and Recreation. Hopefully they're hearing me, so they can come.
I think I see them
Yes,
coming our
mostly
way.
bodies. So obviously this team is our biggest in terms of the number of employees as they do all of the operations around the municipality. We have 40 full-time positions, 17 seasonals and 3 part-time casual positions. Transportation and Fleet Services looks after roadways, winter maintenance, fleet and so on. Environmental Services team looks after water, wastewater and waste. And then the Parks and Recreation Services team deal with recreation programs, the harbour, the arena, the Memorial Park, parks and trails, etc., etc., etc. So in the book that we are looking at, we are starting on page 59. And I know the team will happily, I've also got some budget notes. Let me actually look at those too. A couple of things to note that have changed in this. Most council will probably remember that previously we've done chipping and grinding of leaf and yard waste every other year and have funded it 1 year into reserves and the second year to bring it back out of reserves again. This year we are planning to start doing chipping and grinding annually because of the quantity that we are getting. There's also some additional funding in that budget for managing the yard waste facility, particularly related to sort of turning of piles and making sure things are dealt with properly. And I'm sure Jeff can talk about more than that if he needs to. We don't have any proposed changes to the garbage bag tags this year. Just wanted to highlight that they would stay the same. As I mentioned last week, we have a reserve transfer included in the recycling budget. That is to cover the potential cost of the recycling tipping fees. You'll see the two numbers match as an income and an expenditure. The reason we've done that is that we're still a little uncertain through the Circular Materials Organisation as to exactly what they will be paying for the recycling contract this year. We hope it will include those tipping fees, but we're not 100% certain. So we wanted to make sure that we had some revenue available if we needed it. You'll see that the vast majority of the costs related to Blue Dolphin Pool have been taken out. And that's because we have moved to YMCA operations. There are still some costs related to maintenance and a small amount of the programming coordinator's role to still do some swim camps at the pool. 2 operating projects here. One for 61,800 is the traffic counts that we do on a regular basis. And then the second is $45,000 to do a technical review of Miller Street Hill to determine what the best way of dealing with that issue that was recognised in the Transportation Master Plan is. And this one, I am certain you all have questions.
Questions for the panel, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I'll start off with a question I just asked, but Jeff was busy having lunch. Page 59 of the program, the fleet management is going down 322K. And then also payroll for fleet going down 170K. Can you tell me what we're jostling around or?
As far as the payroll inputs, I'll have to turn that over to Val, because I'm not really sure why, what would be going on there, other than possibly staff missing.
So it's actually that we're increasing the staffing costs in the fleet budget because we've moved the mechanics to be based in the fleet account rather than in the roadways account. Previously, their salaries were charged to roadways, and that didn't seem to make an awful lot of sense. So we're charging them to fleet. So there should be a decrease in the roadways budget, and you'll see the increase in the fleet one that's up on the page, up on the screen right now.
Okay, fleet management is going down 322,000. Yes or no?
I think you might be being caught out, as I am always, by Val's positive is negative and negative is positive in the summary sheets. Val, would you like to explain that for us?
I'm on
59, the
but-
summary.
So. This is just. Going from the right or the left, current year net expenditures, those would all be expenses, so the negatives are expenses, and the positives are if there's any. So is that what you were questioning, sorry?
Yeah, so previous year's expenditure was in fleet management was $700,000. Current year revenue and current year expense comes down to 378. So it's a difference of 322,000. Am I reading that wrong?
You'd want to look at the actual department to see what's happening.
Okay.
Page 65, that's the fleet
65
management
six.
budget. We'll see that the budgeted revenues have gone up from 694 to 805. And that will be, vast majority of that will be about chargebacks, particularly related to the new combined parks and facility and transportation services staff that were approved last year. And the costs have gone down slightly. You are correct. So let's see where that is.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom of page 66, the way I read it,
That's
total
the,
expenses 1.7, now they're 1.1.
it's the difference in the contribution to reserve fund. Last year we had 300,000 in capital related to fleet. This year we've only got 50 related to fleet, and that's what shows there's the difference.
Okay, so we put 300 into fleet then. Yes, I see that, sorry.
The pre-budget plows, yeah. We had 2 pre-budget approval plow trucks. Yeah.
Councillor Greenfield, you're next.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I will ask that question I previously jumped the gun on. Bottom of page 62, last item 6141 insurance premiums. 112,000 this year, or 23. The estimate for 24 is 58,000. Just wondering, insurance premiums don't usually go down.
So I think this is where we see the savings based on the fact that the building insurance went up that we talked about earlier on. It has been in the past that we've allocated more of the insurance cost to roadways and seen that as a higher risk than we have building. But because of the claims that we've actually had to deal with over the last 5 to 10 years, we've almost flipped that because the risk to the municipality is higher on the building side than it is on the roadways side. So they're taking a smaller proportion of the overall premium.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Page 87, and I'm looking at line item 6241. So question for you, Mr. Willis, $20,000. And I know you and I have had an offline discussion about flowers, but I'm concerned about the weeds downtown. And do we have enough money in this budget to deal with cleaning up the weeds, particularly since it is our sesquicentennial year and we really want to spiff up our downtown core for these celebrations?
Through your worship, yes, we've never spent this full line for the flower budget. We usually spend upwards of $13,000 to $14,000 for flowers. I have been working with the group for the birthday for this year. I'm sure the budget for the flowers is going to be very close to the $20,000. So no, there is not additional money allocated in there for weeds and that on the sidewalk as of right now.
And how much money would we need to deal with the weeds downtown?
I can maybe try to help. We will be going out for another annual weed spray contract this year, and we can definitely look into options of including the downtown core into this type of contract, but I'm not sure where we actually sit with spraying the downtown core with weed control.
Your Worship, if I may, to that end, I would be looking to put forward an enhancement request for that cleanup. So if someone can put a number to that, that would be helpful.
Just talking about what Deputy Mayor is talking about, seeing we've never spent the full 20, there must be a bunch in reserves for that.
There isn't. This is one of those things that doesn't get specifically allocated to a reserve afterwards. It would just, anything unspent would just form part of the annual surplus.
So are you going to second the motion? Any discussion?
Because it would definitely have an impact on the price.
And if I may jump in, Your Worship, to my mind, it is Sykes Street, probably from Barry through to at least Collingwood, with from Cook to Bayfield on Trowbridge and Nelson.
Just a bit smaller than the downtown Conservation Heritage District, I would say.
Can I suggest then that we will try and get a price on that and have some idea at least by Tuesday, and then we could bring that forward on Tuesday so you can actually vote on something when you know what the budget impact would be?
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 66. I got a question about our diesel fuel. So we have two diesel fuels. One is listed as clear and the other one is a dyed fuel. And my experience with dyed fuel is it's a little bit less money. Why does municipality need two grades of diesel fuel for two different amounts to be spent?
Through your worship, and to answer Council Bell there, so any of our commercial vehicles need to run clear diesel, so that the dyed diesel is more or less marked farm diesel, and can't go in registered vehicles. Unless you're running it.
So we qualify for some equipment if it's inspected to run dyed fuel.
Yeah, so
no problem, because if you get inspected, you're good to go. Other vehicles that we've got, we're not allowed to put the diesel dye?
So all of our off-road equipment has the dyed diesel. It is farm equipment, off-road equipment, any commercial used piece of vehicles is clear.
Okay.
Yeah. Nope, that's off-road. So your graders, backhoes, excavators, sweepers, that's all off-road, dyed diesel application. All of the like the parks, utility tractors, that's all dyed diesel, but all of our yellow stickered units are clear diesel.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks again. Page, 78, 79, and 80. Having to do with waste collection. I see where like the garbage, the organics and recycling are all taking an increase. Was this increase included in our 3-year contract with Millers, or has that, we still got 1 more year in that contract, or where are we with that?
Through your worship, we have extended that for 1 additional year, and there's another additional year on the existing contract with Millers to take us to the end of 2025, which coincides with a complete transition through SEMO. So we tried to take the existing contract to that point in time so that we had a contract that expired and we could start up a new contract in January 1st of 26 to show without the recycling portion on that existing contract. So any increases in the next 2 years is on the existing contract as stated or previously signed. So those are the increases.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. On the same thing with garbage, we're on paper, we're looking like we're going to start the recycling program with the other company this year. Is it gonna, do you have a date when that may happen?
Through your worship, we have started the transition period already. So we're opt-in community. So we have transitioned the collection to the new Circular Materials Ontario program, which is a transition period of 2 more years until they fully take it over through our existing contract. So the transition has started. We get reimbursed now full cost recovery on a monthly basis from SEMO that we didn't get before. We were only getting about 50% of that cost back. That's kind of how the program works. Once January 1st, 2026, we will no longer look after that contract for recycling. It'll be Circular Materials Ontario that will have those contracts in full.
So does it look like we're going to get the figures that we worked on to get it to net zero? Other municipalities started earlier than us. Do you know of any of them and how they're working out with it?
Other communities some have opted in, some have opted out. Some are, like I say, the transition periods kind of varies from municipality to municipality. Some have had to redo their contracts in full already. Some are paying extra for the non-eligible portion of that, which we have included in ours, and it's not very significant cost, keeping it as is through our existing contracts. A lot of places have paid a lot more for those kind of collections. So it's kind of a bounce back and forth, whether we're ahead or behind on the whole thing. But come 2026, recycling will be no longer included in our costs.
Thing on garbage and recycling is things are still changing. Like, I feel like it's fair to say that for those of us who are opting out and those of us who are opting in, the program is ever changing. And I think a lot of that has to do with learning as they go, because you can plan something the best you can, but there's a lot of learning that's going on with people who are in it now fully to those of us who aren't in it for 2 more years. So like, monthly conversations are still being had amongst everyone to see where changes can be made. So I feel like by the time we get there, things could look very different than what we're looking at now, but I feel like we're in a good place that we're in the contract we're in until we take it to the end.
Back up to page 59. just looking for a little clarification. The Department of Municipal Drains, the only data I see here is $20,000 in current year revenue. Just hoping that that could be expanded upon so I could better understand that line item, please.
For you, my favorite line. Drains. The $20,000, I think we talked about, and maybe I'm imagining it, but we talked about it a while back. It's just for my time as the drainage superintendent, I submit all my hours to the province and they actually pay a portion of it back to us. And we've yet to be through the process because, you know, we're new to this whole thing. And that's an estimate based on what we're hoping will be reimbursed and an educated guess on what that might look like. But the submissions are required now. So like I have to submit my paperwork and everything within the next couple of weeks. And then by, I think it's March or April, we end up getting the money back for the time that I've submitted. So the money we're getting in that line is expected to be that much based on that.
The reason we created this account, because it is a brand new account for us, is that we are in the process of looking into our first municipal drain. We're also expecting additional petitions at some stage in the next couple of years that there will then, once they're then created, there'll be some maintenance costs related to them and so on. So this budget will become a more comprehensive one once municipal drains actually exist in the municipality.
Your worship. This line was for our large culvert projects. And 2 years ago, the tender went out for large culverts and it came back way over budget. It was almost $2 million to replace 2 culverts. So we kept that line item in there, hoping to bring a business case forward for some additional ditching and culvert business case to go forward. But then our 7th line slope patch down the road has failed and we were using that money to look after that section there. And after the engineer review came to us that we had to review that 7th line slope over the summertime to see where it actually moved to. That's where a lot of that money, or that's why the money didn't get used up last year for that repair, because the repair was going to come into like $150K for the initial engineer report repair on that. But the fallback in that report was to just monitor it over the summertime just to see where that movement is. And it's moving way into the west lane now. So we are moving forward with some more geotech holes into that west lane because we didn't capture any of that information in the first 3 boreholes. And we're going to run it in conjunction with the Trowbridge. We have to do some boreholes with that engineering process too. So we're going to try to make it feasible in a day or 2 for them to come up together. But that's what that line is. That's why that line has been held in there. Yeah.
I'll say, Gary. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 69, and again, nobody has a crystal ball. The sand and salt expense, we're down this year. And I'm presuming the 228,500 is on a 3-year rolling average as a kind of a baseline for moving forward. I mean, again, yeah, who knows what it's going to bring next few years, but yeah. Second question I had was, Jessica, I've got a motion literally coming in on Monday, talked about the potential of lowering the snow removal from the downtown core from a meter to half a meter. And I'm just wondering if you have an idea of the impact that might have on your budget in this capacity.
Through your worship. So specific numbers at this moment, no. I've been writing the report knowing that it's coming on Monday. So I'm hoping that the next meeting afterwards, we can have all that information for you, but we're going through the history of how we got to where we are. There really at this point, we are doing what we can to meet the requirements of the standard as it is. I feel like for us to meet lesser of a standard, we're going to have to be talking about some sort of contracted service. And that's what we're looking at, is getting pricing to be able to give you a number on what that might look like. Whether that is less time, less height, like whatever the case might be, but we're currently meeting the standard most of the time, is a fair statement. But again, it's part of what they need to do. And in events that last longer than that, it definitely becomes a challenge. So if we're decreasing our expectations, I think we need to engage a contracted service in order to meet a lesser of either, if that makes sense. But I don't have an exact number, but I will.
Councillor Greenfield, I think you had your hand up. Is there a minute ago? No? Okay. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm back on page 66 and line 6155 at the bottom. Vehicle maintenance. I'm just curious to know where we got into trouble in 2023, the $426,231 in maintenance, and are we comfortable then that we're going to be covered with 125,000 moving into 24?
Yeah, through your worship. So we had some catastrophic failures last year with the grader, 2 rear ends, and another transmission within the graders. So that definitely put us to that 400, a little bit over 400K. Going forward, yeah, it would be nice to increase that budget, but I think if we go for one more year, just with the 2% increase in there, and hopefully without the catastrophic failures, we can keep it a little bit tighter in there. And then if next year we find that, hopefully it's hard to plan for catastrophic failures or put that in the budget, but hopefully we can keep it close to that mark.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Page 63, traffic counting. Can you explain that to me and why we do that?
Yep, through your worship. So that's part of our 3 to 5 year plan for asset management, and it also gives us the ability to provide the road outlook in regards to asset management. So we take the daily traffic count for each road segment along with the PCI, and then that gives us the ability to start structuring how we lay out each road. So if a road like a class 5 or 6 road only has 200 cars a day versus a class 5 road with 400 cars a day, then that would put that road with the higher volume up. The PCI plays a lot into that as well, but it just helps with the traffic count to spread that out, or to help dictate which is first.
My thought was, why count the traffic? If the road needs done, it needs done, but this is looking forward.
Just because it's such a wide window in the PCI ratings, like in the percentage breakdown, that it's that added information to be able to focus on which roads really need to be prioritized. And that's where the daily traffic count helps.
I think the other aspect to that is that for our asset management plan, and certainly for the provincial requirements about our asset management plan, we have to be shown to be collecting data so that we're actually making judgments based on calculations, not just feelings. And so more data points on things like traffic counts, PCIs, and building condition and all those sorts of things mean that we have a better asset management plan, and that will hopefully stand us in better stead with the province when we're looking for grants and things like that as well.
And if I can just add to it as well, as this impacts the asset management plan, which I work with Jeff on from a transportation perspective. But with the traffic data, we also collect the number of trucks on each road, which helps us get information on commercial use or how those roads are being used. This information also helps when we get traffic concerns identified to the municipality. We can use this information to help us better understand how to fix a problem. So this information is really important from like a day-to-day basis, but also we use it for that future asset management planning as well.
Councillor Uri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the explanation. Makes sense. I would looked at this one earlier as well, Steve. I was just wondering then why we didn't have that in Is this a new program? We weren't doing it in the past?
So this is something we've been doing for the last every 4 years, I think it is, for quite a long time now. But what we've traditionally done with these kind of projects is just budget for them in the year that they are, which is fine because then you know that you've got the money for the project when you want to do the project. But it does mean that our operating project budget goes up and down like this. So our aim, and this is a really good line to see it, is that from next year onwards, we'll start budgeting to do a portion of that money every year, like we do for elections, put it into reserves so that the funding will be consistent for all of these things that we need to do on an ongoing basis. Because then that hopefully means that you guys will see much less of an up and down and we have a much more consistent starting place.
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping it was a normalization factor. Yeah.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So I'm looking at page 71 parking lots. Is that part of today's conversation or is that a capital project?
Capital project.
So we should.
This is just the daily operation of the parking lots.
Okay, but that's where the contribution to reserve fund to pay for the parking lot is. So this should be talked about Tuesday?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Any more discussion on this? Well, if not, maybe we should move on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to the operations team. We have one last group to go before we move into enhancements, and that, of course, is library services. Lynn is here somewhere, and I'll happily answer any questions. Before we start on the library, I'll kind of just remind council that it is the library board's responsibility to determine the budget. What council's role in this is to determine how much money in total there is. So whilst we show you the individual lines, if you feel like there should be 20,000 instead of 40,000 on books, all you can say is, I want to reduce the budget by 20,000, and then the library board gets to decide where to do that. So we will deal with it in that way. The section in the budget book is at page 137. The library has 6 full-time positions, including Lynn Fascinato, our acting library CEO, 3 part-time positions and 1 summer seasonal. We've got a few notes here just to really give you some information on it. Library e-resource licenses is going up by $6,000 to allow for more usage. The demand is high for this at the moment. Small increases of $500 to both children's and adult programming because of increased demand. And then an increase of $5,840 because of in the Owen Sound and North Cray Union Public Library Agreement, which takes that to $152,000 for 2024.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. That page 137 under the grants, we had 26,000 budget, got 2,500, but looking at 25 in the future, just wondering, I know grants are fun these days and they're drying up and they're disappearing. Are there specific grants you're looking for to get that made up?
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. Every year we get almost $25,000 from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. So that's built into that line, onto that line. And sometimes we will get on that Ontario line, a grant for summer student. So those are usually the 2 that that go onto that line.
And Val just whispered, it sounds like that one's still coming.
The grant for the plug, is it?
Yes.
We received the money in 2024, but it would be set up as an accrual at the end of last year.
Yeah. That's right.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Tell me, we give you $40,000 every year for new books. What do you do with the old ones? Do you dispose of some?
The 40,000 is actually 25,000. It's broken up on Tuesday onto it's a capital project, and it's only really $30,000 for books. Then we have DVDs. We also have book repair items as well, but we do weed books on a ongoing basis, and we usually they go to the net shed. That gets they're sold to help find donations to the library through the Friends of the Meaford Library. But yeah, so we do have a collections development plan. So we do have a plan every year onto what section gets weeded and a time frame, and that's how we deal with the weeded books. So
We're very lucky on council to have two library lovers who are on your the board of directors, and it makes it we get lots of information through the whole year on library operations, which have been really going straight up since the new library. So Rob, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. The first line as well, it was interesting. There was donation contributions there for 9,500. And again, don't know what the norm is, whether that's an aberration. Actually, I meant to mention that in the last as well, because Parks and Trails had received about an 8,000, I think it was. And again, I know you can't budget for whatever, but it just, is that kind of normal? Because only budgeting 3, not that there's a big difference.
yes, a lot of those donations were actually donations from the Friends of the Meaford Library for items that we had requested. So like Chromebooks, some IT we requested in 2023 from them. So we purchase and then they reimburse us, and their reimbursement goes on that donations line. So it's an in and out on the donation and the expense. So
I think you're getting off easy, Lynn. I don't see a whole lot of questions for you. I think we're all happy. And thank you for everything you do for us.
Thank you so much.
The next section of the agenda deals with budget enhancement requests, but I thought before we did that, I would just give council a one more opportunity, just in case there's any operating budget questions that have come up in your minds over the last hour or so. And while I do that, I'm sure the director team will reappear and take their seats again.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I know it hasn't changed much, but what number are we at right now, Val?
$18,620,444. Oh, sorry, it's gone up. Justin's messaging, is that the tax increase or the tax increase? The tax increase was 3.18. 3.81 is the new tax rate increase. Yeah.
And what was the total levy again? 18 million?
18,620,444.
Thank you.
Okay, so over the last couple of years, we've dealt with enhancements slightly differently, and certainly last year, council wanted to make sure that there was a report about these. So what we've done this time is put together a summary report of the 8 proposed enhancements. And my suggestion is that we get one motion on the table for all of them, because that is our recommendation. And then if council wants to remove any after conversation, then we can do motions to take them out of the resolution. So if Mr. Mayor, if you're willing and able to get a move and a seconder, and then we can start talking about each of these enhancement requests.
And perhaps for the benefit of the viewing audience, I should read the recommendation. It is that the Committee of the Whole directs staff to include the following enhancements in the 2024 budget. 1, firefighter benefits. 2, public opinion polling. 3, security software. 4, asset management coordination staff position. 5, project manager, waste treatment water plant staff position. 6, cultural services seasonal positions, 2 of them. 7, additional vehicle for facilities division, and 8, Owen Sound leaf and yard waste contract. Mover and seconder for that. Moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney, seconded by Councillor Urick. Go ahead.
So just to add, obviously we have a team here. Courtney, Krista and Mark are on the way back to the building. So if you have questions about firefighter benefits, security software, or the cultural services seasonal positions, perhaps we could hold those in the short term, but they will be back very soon. But we're certainly able and ready to get going with public opinion polling, asset management coordinator, project manager for the wastewater treatment plant, the additional vehicle, and then the Owen Soundleaf and Yard waste contract. So we can, up to you, Mr. Mayor, we can go through these one by one and deal with the one by one, or just answer questions about them as the questions come.
Yeah, I know I've heard, I think just in hallway discussions that you're definitely in favor of the public opinion polling, and this can be very valuable. And why don't you just tell us why you think that this is a good value?
Absolutely. This is a company called Flash Vote that we've been dealing with for a couple of months now, since I met them at a conference. They are a company that conducts scientific surveys based on a demographically representative sample of the municipality. So part of their service is that they work with us to get what they call a panel of at least a couple of hundred people, but it can have basically unlimited numbers. Making sure we represent all elements of our community. Residents can sign up to answer surveys by text, email, or by phone. So that gets us not just the people who are on social media or on computers, but people who have a landline at home still and don't have internet access. The reason why I think this is so valuable is that there's a lot of research out there that shows that the opinions that you get at council meetings are not necessarily the opinion of the community at large. Because the people that come to a council meeting are the people that feel very, very, very strongly about a particular issue. And those who have a moderate opinion, or maybe not even much of an opinion, don't come and tell you that. So a lot of this research says that actually, in over 70% of the time, public opinion is the opposite of what you hear in this room. So what we're suggesting is that we enter into a contract with these folks to do 6 surveys a year, and their surveys are 5 or 6 questions, fairly simple ones. And I've included an example screenshot of the results from one that Saugeen Shores have recently done, that we can then send out just to get a broader selection of public opinion. One of the clever things that they do is that they offer you both the results from the panel, the people that are going to answer every one of our surveys, and the results of the people who've clicked on that link in our social media because they're really passionate about that subject. So you can see that they're actually different. And in the report, you can see that the blue ones in the Saugeen Shores example are what their panel have said, and the red ones are what sort of the people who've only picked it for that particular questionnaire have said. And in this case, there's not a huge amount of difference, but in some of the examples I've seen, there is dramatically 70% on one side and 30% on the other side kind of thing. Our opinion is that this sort of information is just additional information that will help you as council make some decisions as we deal with some interesting or controversial or difficult topics. I think we can see things of benefit here, things like public opinion on Market Square renovations, or one of the topics that I've seen is an annual survey on satisfaction with service levels. So, how satisfied were you with winter control this year? Or what do you think the garbage collection should be on a regular basis? Those kinds of questions. And so it's just another way of getting information to you, hopefully from a broader section of people than the people that you either see in this room or email you on a regular basis.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree, Matt, why I like this. So being at Roma in the week, just a few days ago, the ECDev breakout session, the panel there stressed the value of data when trying to secure grants. You need the quantification, you need the justification, and this is the kind of thing that actually does at least give you some kind of benchmark that you can actually approach those kind of bodies with. So I think this does have a great deal of value.
The cost, by the way, was I think.
So the cost is $13,000 a year if we commit for 3 years. If we don't, it's $16,000 for a single year, and then an additional $4,000 setup fee for the panel. If we do the 3-year contract, then they'll waive that setup fee. So it's just the $13,000 straight for a year.
Other questions on that, and then we'll go on to some of the others. Or a motion if,
So we only need a motion if we're going to take something out because it's in the motion that's on the table right now.
how do they ensure that the panels provide representation from rural Meaford?
So when you sign up for the panel, we can set it up in a number of different ways. They always ask for things like gender and age and educational background and so on, but we could include a question about, where in the municipality are you from? And then if when we have the first set of data from people who've signed up, there's a less from the rural area than we'd hope, or less from the urban area than we hope, then we can do some targeted advertising for those areas to try and get people to sign up. One of the things that we will do as part of this, as part of our regular communications exercise, is put the opportunity to sign up for this on a flyer that goes out to all the properties in the municipality, so everybody gets to know about it. It won't just be advertised on our website or through our Facebook page or anything. We'll be doing some hard copy stuff as well.
And correct me if I'm wrong, are not some of our near neighbors doing this very, very beneficially?
Yes. Kincardine and Saugeen Shores have just signed up to this particular program. They were the first Ontario clients for this company, but this company's been operating for about 10 years in the US and has seen lots of good value there. I think there are other municipalities who are doing this in a different way by hiring companies on a one-off basis. But yes, as Councillor Urick says, data really makes a huge difference here. The bit that I didn't say that I will, because it makes that data even more valuable, is that the people running this company are very highly trained and well-qualified people at designing surveys without bias.
Which has been a problem in our past experience.
Important because I can write something, but it's likely that you will be able to interpret what my preferences would be. Whereas if we've got somebody coming in separately who does this for a living, they will write the questions so that there is no leading, there is no bias there. It's just, what is your opinion? And I think that will really, really help us because we don't have those skills on staff because we have nobody who's a specialist in that kind of qualitative analysis side of things.
I think we're living in a world, we do see people come in this room on some hot issues from time to time, but I think especially as you approach midterm, I think the average person is totally deaf to what's going on here, except for maybe the tax bill. I mean, I just don't think they've got too much on their minds, more important fish to fry, and they don't pay any attention. I think that getting information on the things that we're interested in moving forward, I think is important and could, for that kind of money could play a role. So we got a motion? No, we haven't. Sorry. Steve?
Just thank you, Mayor Kettner, for clarity. At any time during budget deliberations, we could bring this back up and take it out if wanted.
Absolutely.
Because we approve it now, does it mean it stays there?
No, there's no commitment until the budget's passed.
FYI.
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I was sneezing, so.
So right now we have a motion on the floor for all of the enhancements altogether. So my thought was we'll vote on everything at the end, but if somebody has one that they specifically want to say we shouldn't do, then we'll have a motion to amend the motion by deleting it.
So can we move on to, sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, Your Worship, just so I get this understood. The motion on the floor is refers to all 8 of these. I do have a problem with the last bullet, the last suggestion, the Youngstown Leaf and Yard Waste contract, $26,000. I totally understand where this is coming from, and I totally understand the few people who have brought it to our attention. But I'm looking at $26,000. If back when this unfolded last fall, I received maybe 5 or 6 emails from folks in the northwest part of our municipality. If we had 50 of our residents use that site, that'd come down to $520 each. even if we had 100 use that site, that'd be $260 each. I don't know. I guess, to me, we do provide this service. Granted, it is in our backyard here. And granted, that is a long drive from Leith or Annan. But I really have trouble with this. I just am not sure that this amount, to me, the bottom line is here, yes, it benefits some of our ratepayers, but primarily it benefits the city of Owen Sound. And I guess over a number of years, having some dealings with the city of Owen Sound, they always get the best deal. And this one bothers me. So I'm okay with the other 7, so I'm kind of pulled. I like, the vast majority of the motion, but this number 8,
So what I think I hear is an amendment to the motion to delete clause number 8 that says Owen Sound leaf and yard waste. So if there was somebody who was wishing to second that, then you can talk about it and then make a decision about whether to keep it in or take it out.
Is there a seconder? Same thing. I don't see support for your motion, Councillor Greenfield, but thank you for bringing it forward. And those numbers are certainly telling numbers, so. Councillor Bartley?
I know it's not on the table, but just Harley, if we're gonna cancel that, we'll cancel library services also. Same thing. Payable to Owen Sound.
I think you're right. I think that's what holds most of us back here. There are challenges to, I would just like to say that I think that Meaford is the almost perfect municipality because it is such a great mix of urban and rural, but there's a price to pay for that. And I think we all benefit from it and we should pay the price. So that settles that last item. I've got questions about the firefighters benefits. I'm sure others do.
Bonnie's back with us, so he will be able to join me for that one.
So I'll open it to the floor first. I'm going to have questions for the fire chief. Okay, well, can I just ask you how much money is involved here? Because whether I missed it or didn't see the number.
Well, the approximate top end cost would be $25,000.
Okay.
It is a reduced package based on the fact it is a part-time role. Our firefighters put in 6,500 hours last year. Just to give you the level of commitment. If that was a single person, it would have taken them 3.5 years to fill out the amount of time that my firefighters put into the community. And don't forget, it is a second job, sometimes a third job for them. So that, keeping them engaged and making sure that they're coming out to the calls that we need. This is an easy way to ensure that we're keeping firefighters. The average cost for me to get a firefighter trained from zero to getting onto the truck is anywhere from $15,000 to $17,000. It takes me 12 months from the time I hire them before they even start responding on the trucks. So trying to ensure that I have no turnover definitely saves this organization an incredible amount of money.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bartley?
And thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I didn't research this and I'm sorry. Is there any other volunteer fire departments around supplying this service?
Yes, there is. I don't have the in front of them. It's actually a volunteer fire. So we provide insurance to our firefighters right now through BFIS, which is a special insurance program that takes care of volunteer fire services, and that's who we're actually getting the benefits through. And there are a large number of departments within Ontario that are utilizing those benefits as well.
Any local? I don't think ITFD uses it.
They don't presently, no. I'd have to get back to you with an answer. I have the Excel sheet, but it's on my laptop, which I came running here without it.
And why wouldn't we go through the municipal benefit plan?
That was a very quick handoff. Did you see that?
I can answer it quick.
The reason we wouldn't go through the municipal benefit plan is that the municipal benefit plan is much more extensive and much more expensive. VFIS stands for Volunteer Firefighter Insurance Service, and they're designed for volunteer firefighters. So the package is less. I think the annual premium for each person is about $875, whereas the municipalities is a percentage of your salary, and we don't offer part-timers benefits at the moment. It is something that I'd like to look at some point in the co-pay situation. But I think that an add-on package for the firefighters is better than a full-scale package, partly because of price and partly because, as Courtney says, this is a second or third job for many, so some will already have benefits attached. The one bit that's worth adding is we do have a number of volunteer firefighters who are municipal staff. They would not be part of this program because they already have a benefits package.
Another question?
That's where my next question was going. You know your firefighters. How many do you have? 30,
Presently, we have 37 firefighters.
37. Have you surveyed them out of 37 who does not have any benefits that would take advantage of this?
There's approximately 19 of them that do not have
That do
benefits.
not have.
I have a large number of people that have individual businesses or they work for businesses that do not provide benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to add that I'm very much in favor of this for all the reasons that are listed here, but particularly for the mental health support, because I'm suspecting that this program will provide specific support to firefighters for the catastrophic situations that they sometimes have to deal with. And I just think that's really important, and I hope that our chief will encourage our volunteers to take advantage of that opportunity.
So I had the opportunity to be away this weekend to go to a conference that dealt with a whole bunch of issues. And one of them was legal union negotiations. And PTSD is something that has come up, obviously quite heavily with the average union package now having $9,000 a year per firefighter for PTSD being added into the union agreement. And that is the low end.
Thank you, Mayor Ken. Just to reiterate, you would probably have 19 join up. All 37 wouldn't join this.
That is correct.
I think we wouldn't be able to say that somebody who had a benefits package from a third party provider couldn't sign up. So it will be offered to every firefighter who wasn't a municipal employee. So if you work for another company in town, if you work for the Dairy Queen and the Dairy Queen is giving benefits out and you're a volunteer firefighter, you would still be eligible for this.
So could a Dairy Queen employee, which I know they don't have it, and a firefighter have both?
Yes. And that's fairly standard in a lot of these situations. Some of you may be in the situation where you have benefits from both yourself and a spouse and you can match claims up. The value for each item within this package is fairly limited. Like it won't cover a full pair of glasses. It's a contribution. But equally, the municipal benefits also wouldn't cover a full pair of glasses at the moment. $3. You did well. So in those situations, people would stack the benefits from both their full-time job and from this as well.
Any other questions for the chief? Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the information on that. And I think I'm checking off everything that we're not dispensing here. Security software.
Mark is here again with us, and he can certainly do a far better job of explaining what this is for than I can.
Hello again. So the security software, we touched a little bit earlier about reducing our attack surface, hardening our security stance and improving our posture. So I'm happy to report over the last 12 or 14 months, we have done a good job at that, and we're ranked by a company called BitSite, which is kind of a security sort of credit score, above 95% of our peer municipalities. So we have been making some traction. The last piece of that puzzle is monitoring of the telemetry, the network traffic, the security logs and different things like that. The typical dwell time when you hear about a ransomware attack, usually those hackers have been inhabiting that environment for about 220 days is the average. And that's how long it takes them to get a full footprint of the infrastructure, exfiltrate all of your key data, make sure that they've basically taken anything of value out, and then they lock the rest up. And that's kind of their standard operating procedure. So what this software does would reduce that dwell time from 220 days down to between 5 and 10 minutes on average. And then within that, there's also, with them being 24/7 monitored from a security center of professionals that are former sort of federal government and CSIS and so on and whatnot that develop the software, they are able to then isolate that threat, mitigate the damage, and prevent a situation similar to like St. Mary's, for example, in 2022, had a ransomware event that in total, after everything was said and done, ended up costing them about $1.3 million to mitigate that, to redesign their networks, to pay the ransom, and bring in professionals to take care of that. So with one of these products that we've been looking at, that would essentially give us 45 years worth of that service before we would even crack onto that $1.3 million. So it's something that gives us a complete and full visibility into every aspect of our network, all of our endpoints, our servers, our switches, all of the infrastructure. Like I say, and it's 24/7. So typically what would happen when somebody had been in the network for 220 days, they would then trigger something on a Friday of a long weekend before the Christmas holidays or something, when, you know, people are not as aware of everything that's going on because, you know, people are on holidays and so on. So that's what we've been making this recommendation based on everything that we've seen from other municipalities that are doing this, whether that be Kitchener, Bruce, or Simcoe counties, all these different municipalities and counties. That is the sort of next level in preparing yourself to be completely secure and avoid that kind of a threat. So that's what we're proposing.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So if we went with this and we did get hacked, is there an insurance policy with this that they would cover that hack?
Right. They have built-in insurance policies. Typically, it also reduces your cyber insurance that we also pay. And the company that we've been dealing with for looking at this, they also have the sort of remediation professionals and everything to engage instantly, sort of run the program and limit any kind. Because yes, of course, nothing is 100% guaranteed, but this is about as close as you could get to an eventuality that there is a breach, would be then containing it and basically eliminating the extent of the damage that you typically see when a municipality or, you know, hospital service or board of education or whoever the latest sort of targets of the day seem to be.
Our estimate right now for cyber insurance for 2024 is about $32,000. Now, this won't remove that, obviously, but it will reduce it. But we haven't included any offset in that cost. So that $30,000 is the cost of the service. But if our insurance were to go down by even 10,000, then that will be of benefit to us. But we didn't put in any offset because we don't know what the insurance reduction will be.
Do you think 10,000 is likely or reasonable?
I would say also, if you compound that with the backup and disaster recovery solutions that we're going to be putting in place, those softwares also come with guarantees of data loss and things like that. So there potentially there's, to not exaggerate, but they're in their marketing materials, there's a bucket of potentially $1 million of recourse. You know, should you get breached and should you suffer any significant damage or loss.
No further questions. I think, thank you very much. That's great. The item for the asset management coordinator staff position. Anybody?
I will let Tori chat about that at least initially.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. So as we all know, we have requirements with regards to asset management through the provincial government. We've made the decision to take this project on internally, but the way that we're currently set up, we don't have an internal staff actually dedicated to this project, except for myself. And as I oversee and direct a lot of different departments, we are running into constraints with how that's working. And so we are recommending that we get a full-time person in place to take over the day-to-day tasks with asset management, and they'll be very closely linked with finance, as asset management in a lot of municipalities is a finance role. And so they will be able to work with the finance team and myself as we develop the asset management plan. Asset management planning can have a huge positive impact on the municipality if done right. And while right now we are meeting the ministry requirements, we could definitely be doing a better job to see those benefits long term, and having someone focused on it and bringing a focus to other departments as well will be really beneficial as we continue to move forward. It will also allow for more internal staff knowledge on asset management, as we will focus on getting this person as much training as possible, so that we know what the best things to do for our municipality are in the long term. So I think there's a lot of benefit to having someone in-house and continuing to do this in-house so that we can get the full benefit of asset management. It's just right now, we don't have the staff time available to do the best job at it.
Some of council will remember that we had at one stage a manager of assets, Brady Carver, who then became the manager of assets and IT. When he left the organisation nearly 2 years ago now, we at the time chose to replace that role with Mark's position as the manager of IT, because we really needed to have somebody to focus in on the IT side of things. But it was always very much part of our thinking that we would need at some stage to create another role to take that asset side, because we do need to really work on it. This is at the coordinator level because we don't believe we need a manager to do this. Tori leads this exceptionally well, but we need somebody to do some of the day-to-day work. There is an offset to the cost in this for the 2024 budget, in that we propose to remove the asset management student position that we have, because especially this year, there doesn't seem to be a particular logic in having a new coordinator and a student at the same time. And this position will also be budgeted, I think, from April, because again, we know we won't have somebody in post till then, so we wanted to limit the budget impact as a whole.
Councillor Greenfield.
Sure, thanks, Victoria. So this person would have to have quite a diverse knowledge of certainly of facilities, infrastructure. Would we be looking for someone who has municipal experience, or is this a university taught thing, or is it a combination of what I'm just trying to visualize what this person would bring to the table?
It's a great question. So asset management does take into consideration many of our departments, because most of our departments deal with some type of asset. The user groups still are involved in providing some information, but this person, I think, could come from a variety of different backgrounds. Like I said, this is typically a finance role at a lot of municipalities, and so having that financial background is important. We will be looking for someone who has education in like with that background, but it could come from a variety of different locations. Sometimes asset management is done at an engineering level for certain assets, and again, and sometimes in the financial world. So there could be a variety of different places we could pull from. From my understanding, at this point, it's not like a university degree you get, but there's definitely a lot of different post-secondary education opportunities that can get you set up to be very successful in a role with asset management.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matt, for that explanation. And it did say in the report that, yeah, it would be offset by removing the asset management student position, but there wasn't really a number assigned to what the anticipated staff pay scale is going to be for that role.
So I think in the financial impact, it talks about 39,650 as an impact to the budget for this year. That I believe, and I can probably look it up while I'm talking, we've targeted that at a grade 7 level within our salary grid, which is very much alongside all of our other administrative coordinator roles and junior professional roles. Somebody bringing in a little bit of experience, but not at that managerial level.
Right. You said you were from April on. So what I didn't quite understand was and offsetting the other, is this the annual? Or this is just for 2024, it would be.
That's just the 2024 number. If I can pull up the number from the system, I can probably tell you what a total for 2025 will look like. So whenever we budget for new positions, we budget them at step 3 of the 5-step grid, because we may get somebody who's got more experience or we may get somebody who's got less. So a full year cost for that salary only position is about $60,000 plus then the 30-ish% for benefits and pension and so on. So yeah, it would be around about 40,000 this year and probably an additional 40,000 in next year's budget as well.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just getting my head around this because we are creating a new full-time position. And is that necessary? Because I know we've got targets with asset management, or could this be a contract position that would allow us to collect the information that we need as we meet the province's requirement for asset management?
Through your worship, my opinion on asset management for a municipality shouldn't be that we are just trying to meet the ministry requirements, but obviously we can go in any direction. The ministry has required it, and I think it's given us a good push to get in a good place with asset management. But I even recognize the asset management plan we have in place for our core assets. It was done in 2022, and where we'll be in 2024 with our non-core assets. There's still a lot of work to improve those to a point where we will see a significant benefit as a municipality. Is with our growing population and growing infrastructure and changes to infrastructure, having a long-term plan and understanding how we can improve that plan is very important. And a lot of the very large municipalities who've been doing this longer than us are seeing significant decreases in some budget line items because they are properly now managing their assets. And so while, yes, right now the province has identified that asset management, our requirements kind of our significant requirements end in 2025. And from that point onward, we just need to continue to keep the plan up to date. I think that this position could have a huge benefit to the municipality by not just making it a contract position for the next 2 years, but by allowing this to continue to be a part of our day-to-day, so that we're seeing it not only in the reports that you receive, but it becomes an operationalized plan that then all of our staff are using on a day-to-day basis.
I think that's a fantastic explanation of the asset management side, and I'll talk a little bit about the practical human resources side as well. What we are seeing at the minute is that it is very hard to recruit qualified people to do contract roles. People obviously want some degree of certainty that they have a job for a period of time. Over the last couple of years, we've had to move away from full-time contract roles only getting salary and nothing else. And now we've had to include benefits for most of those because it's literally the only way that we can get people through the door. I think what we're seeing now, and I think this is industry-wide, certainly provincial-wide in other industries as well, is that turnover is much faster. If we bring somebody in this role, I would be working on the basis that they'd be with us for 3 to 4 years before they then went to try and find an asset management manager role somewhere else or something in a different place. So every time somebody does depart the organization, we always take a look at what the role is and whether it's still the right one for us and whether we should repurpose it or indeed cut it. And I think we'd still be able to do that. And if we ever got to the stage, and I agree with Tori that I don't think we will, but if we ever got to the stage of saying this is a role we don't need anymore, then that's something we would bring to council, and then we would look at whether that person could be repurposed if they were still with us, or if it was a vacancy, or whether we had to make some difficult decisions about cutting jobs, which is always possible. But I think from a recruitment side of things, to get somebody who has some knowledge of asset management, there are a lot of asset management job opportunities out there right now for relatively few people who are specialists in the field. And so we need to be in a competitive position.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So how are we doing on the asset management plan? Are we going to meet the deadline?
Yes, I will do everything I can to meet that deadline.
Is this position to help you meet that deadline?
It won't for the 2024 deadline, or will be of minimal help, because most likely I probably actually won't overlap with this person. It will be of great help with the 2025 deadline, as I will be off, but we will work to have something in place so that this person kind of will know where to pick up. The good thing, I guess, is that the 2025 deadline built on the 2022 and 2024 plans. So there's no necessarily new asset data being created. It's building on levels of services and finance plans with the information that we've already collected. And so there'll be a good basis in place for that person to kind of pick up and continue. But we are working towards the 2024 goal right now. And the intention is that essentially, hopefully, before I'm off on maternity leave, that
you can't go.
It will. I feel that too.
There isn't an enhancement in here for municipal daycare, but we did think about that.
Once the asset management plan for 24 and 25 is met, does that workload diminish a little bit? And where I'm going with that, I'll might as well throw it in there. The facility manager, we didn't get to talk about them today. We skipped right over it. And there's two people. Are they kept busy? Is this something that the facility manager, because that's what he deals with, could take on?
So our facility supervisor position that we put in place last year, and it's now been filled for about 6 months. It is a very full position. To be honest, that department is probably very lean for all the things they're doing. We've already made a large number of advancements, in my opinion, in how we're dealing with our facilities and the priority we're taking in completing the ongoing maintenance that we should be. We have recently filled that tradesperson role, and there's been significant work outlined for them for this year, but I think it impacts both our operating and our capital budget, as we'll chat about on Tuesday. There's a lot of projects that are lined up that are shown and have been for a couple of years, and are ongoing projects that we haven't been able to do. And so both of those positions are very much operational roles. This position will be doing more of the computer role of actually putting all of the data together to properly asset management plan. So they'll be working with the facility team, they'll be working with the transportation team and water and wastewater team to get their expertise and knowledge. But then the asset management coordinator will actually be working on developing the asset management plan itself. And as I have said, while we are meeting the provincial requirements, we haven't had the dedicated time in-house to produce the most beneficial plans to date. And I think we could do a lot. We could improve them significantly. And I think they would have significant impact on then what those teams are able to do and how we're able to move forward with our assets.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. When we post a job, it's my understanding that we post it internally. Is that a process that we do as a standard, or is this only going to go straight external?
So in almost every case, we post internally and externally together. In some occasions, we do a short-term internal posting if we know we have a couple of interested candidates. But generally, for something that's new like this, where we don't have specific skills in-house, we would post externally because internal applicants are 100% welcome and they would always be interviewed, but we would want to see what the pool was to bring what expertise we could bring in.
Anyone thinking of a motion in connection with this? Otherwise, maybe we can move on. And if I may make a suggestion, do I understand that the additional vehicle number 7 is for this this hire?
No, that will be for the facilities team that was approved the last year. So the facility supervisor and the tradesperson who were actually physically going out there and doing work on facilities.
Through your worship, they're borrowing vehicles. Unfortunately, in some cases, they've been having to use their own, and I have tried to stop that because obviously there's insurance ramifications with that. And they were like moving pieces of furniture in their own vehicles. And so they've been borrowing vehicles from other departments. However, it does impact their schedules. The tradesperson didn't start until January of this year. And so that borrowing was only for that supervisor position who will be using this vehicle less. This vehicle will mostly be utilized by the tradesperson as they're doing site work at different locations and moving around tools and equipment and materials for that work. And so we did do an extensive review and discussion with other teams about if there were vehicles available that could be used or reutilized for this position. And so we came back with the ask of 1 at this point because we recognize that there is some vehicle availability for our supervisor that doesn't necessarily need a full-time vehicle, but that we won't be able to get by without the addition of at least 1 vehicle for those staff members.
Okay, I'd like more discussion on that when we get to it then. The cultural services, sorry, the project manager for wastewater treatment plant staff position.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this one was identified in the project charter that went with the council priority that we would require an additional staff member to be the project manager for our wastewater treatment plant expansion. We are currently in the process of wrapping up the EA process, which we have been able to do with our existing staff. However, our project management team hasn't actually been involved in it. I have been working with the environmental service staff to date. The environmental assessment process, while onerous, is significantly less onerous than the rest of the work that will need to proceed. And so to ensure that this project proceeds on a timely fashion and with the outcome we are looking for, it is important that it has significant oversight. And without this person, we recognize that it could impact development timelines as there is significant development pressures right now. And the timeline for the wastewater treatment plant will hopefully overlap with those nicely, but there could be significant impacts if it doesn't. The other item that by hiring an additional project manager for this that would be advantageous is we will be looking for someone with water and wastewater background. And so they will provide additional knowledge that the municipality may not already have and will be obviously focused on this project. And if they do have additional capacity, we will be having them work on other water and wastewater projects that we have currently in our budget. So this is very important if the wastewater treatment plant expansion is to go forward, to make sure that those impacts to development aren't seen without this person. And we have run this by our engineer who's currently doing the EA, is that they also recognize that having someone in this position would help the whole process go quicker. And so that's why we've added it to this year's budget.
Questions regarding that? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So let's bring up this, not white elephant, this dirty brown elephant that's going to take place here for the wastewater treatment plant. I don't believe we can go forward without provincial or federal help. You've seen the numbers. We did get offered at one of our meetings that some of this money would be interest-free on a loan. Maybe. We got nothing because there was 400 other municipalities asking for the same thing. Having said that, it's above and beyond me. I think it's above and beyond staff right now. If we go forward, $80 million just can't happen. So there has to be a line drawn in the sand where we accept new development or don't accept new development. I'm sorry, I don't know how to get around it because there's not a chance unless there's somebody over here in the planning department can tell me how we can raise $80,000 out of development charges. Thank you.
I think Councillor Bartley raises a really good point, and it is something that we as a team have been spending a lot of time trying to get to grips with. And as Councillor Bartley says, that with the two of our deputations at Roma this week. My suggestion at this point will be that this position should be included in this budget. As you said about something else, nothing is determined until the budget is passed. And so, we wouldn't be recruiting or hiring somebody tomorrow for this. If by the time the budget is passed, Tori and I very much expect to have some more information in front of you as council to sort of set out all of the different elements of the problem here, so to speak, because there are probably 6 or 7 different things that have an impact here. One of which on the development side being, what is our legal position if we say we have to stop development, bearing in mind we have a lot of land zoned for development right now. So I think there's a lot that we're working on. We know from our conversations this week that grant applications for the Drinking Water Enabling System Fund are opening up next week. We will be applying for that. We're also given information about the Build Back Better fund will be available for smaller municipalities to apply for soon. So we'll continue to apply for everything that we can. And certainly I'm going to be following up with the ministries that we spoke to the other day to continue to plead our case and talk about what the options might be. I think if we are going to move forward because of the development timeline and because of the grant timelines, we will have to move forward fairly quickly. One of the things that was said at the conference this week was that the grants available under the Drinking Water Enabling Systems Fund said you have to start your project by September. So starting that is the design stage, we assume. We are finding out, but we will need somebody to be working with our consultants to be able to do that in effect. So whilst, yes, I 100% agree there's a big decision that's got to be made by council, my suggestion would be that we have this in the budget, because if we decide to move forward, and I think it's going to be a real challenge to move forward, but I think it's going to be a real challenge not to move forward as well, we need somebody focused on this.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So I know this is the wrong day to talk about this, but in our budget moving forward on water and wastewater and different things, I think, I don't have it in front of me, there's about $3 million coming from DCs in 2024. Are we going to be able to raise $3 million in DCs for 2024?
So we currently have $2 million in DCs in the wastewater DC fund. So that is a big chunk of that. Whether we have $1 million in 2024, I suspect that's unlikely. But no matter what happens, if we move forward with this project, we will end up in a deficit position on our DCs. We will have to take a loan to pay for the DCs, because the way the development charges work is that they're calculated over an expected 25 years. So the idea is that something that's built in the 25th year is still paying for the thing that's built in year 4. So we will always be in a situation where there's debt for that. And that's why the prospect of an interest-free loan is fascinating to me, because that will make a huge difference to us, because the interest is a huge component of any loan at the moment. So no, we won't have $3 million in cash to pay that amount this year, but we will have enough in other development charges to carry an internal debt until we get to the stage where we have to take out true debt.
And I apologize for being negative today, but that would leave us 0 in DC charges. And we're looking for another 50, 60, 70 million in DC charges, starting out at 0. I'd like to see the formula where that's, and even remotely half of it be possible.
We're working on it.
Councillor Greenfield?
And I incorrect in saying, as of right now, we don't have a bylaw to gather DC charges on in certain areas, and that's pertinent.
So we
it doesn't have to come tomorrow, but can we get on that very soon?
We are collecting DCs on wastewater. It's some of the soft services, things like parks and library, that we have an issue with at the moment. So every new building permit that comes in is being charged development charges for wastewater treatment. The DC is split between about 10 different things, so we charge the things that we're permitted to. I'm still hoping that we'll have a new DC study come forward very soon, and that is going to be a big conversation as well, because it will be a much higher cost for the wastewater treatment plant in those DCs than it was 10 years ago, because the cost has probably quadrupled since then.
Go ahead.
I don't want to prolong this because we've still got a few things to cover today, but again, in the future, before we get into eventually borrowing more money, and in the the situation of the wastewater treatment plant, it may be a lot more. Could staff sometime in the near future, could we get a number of how much interest we are currently paying on our loans per annum? Could we get that sometime, just somebody to start with?
I can provide it to you maybe on Tuesday.
Thank you. Please go ahead and speak, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without being definitive on this, from what the description of this individual is, I take it that they would be on the sunshine list. This is a very high profile individual. I think they'd be at least very close to that, so you don't have to say the number or where they would fall. Because I don't believe we're going to get someone here to do this job for $50,000.
No, I mean, this is
Okay.
a senior project manager
Yes, it
role
is.
that would be in our management band, so would be
Yes.
similar to a manager of Parks and Rec or something along those lines.
Yes. So, and with what we've been discussing for the future, today, I move that we do not include this in our budget. We still have some time. We have this at 2025. It comes up again, and we're still not doing something at the wastewater treatment plant. What we're doing here with this individual and what's happening is we're increasing the ratepayers amount now today with where we're sitting. With the increase to the wages, and with this, we're going to probably at the end of today add 3.5%. I just don't see that we need to do this right now today. So I move that we.
Is there a seconder for that? That's seconded by Councillor Greenfield. So discussion, go ahead, Tori.
Through your worship, just from a staff perspective, the benefit won't be as great if we don't have this person when we're starting the design process. The speed at which we complete design and having that person on board from the beginning will be very crucial for the entire project. Staff will be recommending that as soon as the EA process wraps up, which we are just waiting for the final report, and then it will be presented to the public, that we would then proceed immediately with design this year. And as Matt has mentioned, the grant funding we're looking at applying for would require that we have the project started this year. Looking at timelines for the actual end date of when this would be constructed, if there is any delay between each piece of the process, we will be in a situation where we are stopping development in urban Meaford. We are hoping that we can meet timelines and figure out ways to allow things to continue seamlessly with the timelines we're even at right now. But I would say even while we have been doing the EA process, the development landscape in urban Meaford has changed significantly from potential to actual development proposals that our team is dealing with. And if there is really any delay, it could have a significant impact. So while yes, we could do the project, I guess, without the success of it would definitely be compromised.
I think the other bit to that, when we've talked about the tax supported levy this year, and we've talked about the associated tax increase, we've shown that growth amount is predicted to take us down about 2.2% from the levy increase to the tax increase. I know that we've talked many times in the past about growth paying for growth, and this to me is one of those things that really is that. Like, if we get the 400 to 500 houses over the next 5 years that we could well be getting, then the cost of this position at $30,000 for this year and probably $45,000 in future years, because a big chunk of it is covered by development charges, will be more than offset by the growth in our tax revenue.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and just for clarification, like I had asked previously about the asset management coordinator staff position, to your point, Tony, the individual potentially being on the sunshine list. However, are we not only saying that's a $30,000 hit in 2024? So we're not actually adding that $100,000 salary in 2024.
So the intent of this position is that we would never
Correct.
be.
It'll definitely impact 2025, but we're just talking, what Tony just said was we're hitting 2024 with this huge increase. We would be hitting 2025, by which point we know whether or not that wastewater plant is even going to continue or not in reality. Because at this point, we're all doing crystal ball stuff.
So you're both right and wrong at the same time. What's in the budget this year, or in this enhancement report, is let me get the exact number: $30,230. That is again budgeted from April, because that's at least where it will be to get somebody through the door. And if by some magic we got them quicker, then we could cover it through some salary gapping somewhere else and all that sort of stuff. That isn't the cost of the position for this year, because 30,000 for 7 months clearly only adds up to 50,000 for 12 months. What we are intending to do with this, and our development charges consultant have told us that this is something that is possible, is that 2/3 of this position would be covered by development charges as part of the cost of the project that we are talking about. Because if they're going to spend 2/3 of their time working on the thing that is about letting this community grow, then the growth related bit of the community should pay for that. So based on this, with this being a 5 to 6 year project, and somebody will say, could it be a contract? Well, at the end of that 5 to 6 years, there'll either be another big project, or our capital budgets will be so large we will need an additional project manager. In that 5-year period, there will never be that $100,000 to $150,000 hit, because 2/3 of the cost will be covered by the development charges.
So I can get my puny head wrapped around it. So at the end of the day, though, the 30,000 figure is correct, because you're right, the rest coming out of DCs. But in terms of what we're talking about, the hit for 2024 is still the $30,000. Correct.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And Tony, I don't want to hire somebody either. And there's where my speech was a few minutes ago. There comes a time to draw the line in the sand, to say no to development. And if that is today, then we shouldn't have that person. If we want to go ahead and we need that work done to apply for the loans through the government or grants, you either draw the line, say no more development now, or you go ahead with it. I don't want to. But there's the line in the sand that you got to draw. Is that today? I don't want it to be today.
So no, I don't believe that today is the day that line has to be drawn in the sand. get the budget approval, maybe we're getting closer to that line, but even then I suspect that's not the moment. I think that before you do the budget approval, you will have additional information about this in a better format than we can just sort of do spitballing off the top of our heads today, which will help us make some decisions about at least what the next steps are. There are a lot of different stage gates through this process. You know, there will have to be a design tender awarded, even if we are moving forward. The EA has to be approved. There'll have to be a design tender awarded. Design has to be completed, which could take 18 months to 2 years. Then there's a construction tender that's got to be awarded and so on. So there's lots of steps through here where it could stop. And yes, if we've hired somebody to do this work and the project suddenly stops, then we'll have a decision to make about what to do with that position. But that is a decision that we can make at that time. And unfortunately, sometimes you have to.
Where I was going with the line in the sand, sir, was without that person, this project, it's harder to advance. That's where I was going with it. You don't have them, makes it very difficult to advance. With them, it may advance. So I think that is the line in the sand with this position.
With him or her. Councillor Bell?
To be honest, I'm glad I brought that up. I really am. What I have just heard from Director Torrey is that our staff has not been an ostrich with their head in the sand about this great subject matter. You have been working and thinking and planning and making preparations for moving ahead, for doing this, for the growth of this municipality. And it's coming with a price tag, which is from my little old self, very unbelievable number. And I just don't know whether we can swallow that pill. And that's my real gut reaction to this. We count on you to investigate, to come up with, and to know. And I said when we were giving you raises, we count on your professional, deep thinking recommendations. And I don't say what I just said a few minutes ago lightly. I take it because you are telling us at the same time, how much time do we have on our hands before this thing implodes with building and permits and contractors and people who wish to move ahead to make a dollar working here in this municipality and putting up homes and dwellings and structures that everybody's crying about that we need. And we're like two magnets with the ends turned the wrong way. And at this point, in my mind, this is not coming together. And I just hope that when I've said not to hire this person at this time, it's because I want to have more time. We get the nuts and bolts of what we're looking at. And today, I don't think, I might be wrong. I don't think our staff can give us that nuts and bolts today. I'm asking too much today. So that's why I'm asking for some elbow room and some time. That's it.
Mr. Voigt, you have a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just make a suggestion that might help frame this. Given the magnitude of the project, the number was suggested at 80 million. That's just the project itself. If, as was suggested, that if this didn't go forward, I wouldn't even know how to calculate the economic damage to the community if it was the big no vacancy sign goes up. There's likely legal implications of damages. Also, don't know what that number is, and it isn't small. So I would suggest that instead of looking at the cost of this position against the current budget, compare it to the risk that it increases to an 80 and many millions more project. Compare it to that. This project in itself is larger than our entire budget. So in fact, it's a much smaller amount that's putting a greater risk on that amount of money. I'm not dismissing that, yes, it's the taxpayers at this moment that are paying that, and Matt has explained how that changes over time with development charges and that. But you're not talking in this case just about the impact on the budget. You're talking about risk to this project moving forward successfully. And quite frankly, this kind of work, you can make a very strong argument, should have begun many years ago. This is why we have the challenge of the price tag we have, and now, for lack of a better word, scrambling to figure out how it's going to be paid for.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't like the idea of hiring staff either. We always try to avoid that as much as we can. But I think if we look at this from a higher level, and if we look as a council at the strategic priorities that we've created, and of course, one of our pillars is growing our economy. It is our main pillar. And if we're going to do that, we have to recognize that we have to make some investments for that to happen. We've heard Director Voigt speak to $700,000 expected in building permits this year. And if we don't make those financial commitments to allow those numbers to happen, then we're just going to go backwards. I think it's especially tough because we hear in the news about large companies going through another downsizing exercise, but we are not, we are not that type of business. We are growing, we are expanding, we are the place to be on Southern Georgian Bay. We are feeling the growth now. We've been discovered, as we always say. I mean, it is now upon us. And if we're going to proceed with this, I think we have to step back and recognize that, to earn a dollar, you have to spend a dollar. So we have to, in my opinion, make an investment that none of us want to make if we're going to have any success in meeting our strategic priority of growing our economy.
Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, I've said this in previous councils that I do listen. And I've listened. And I've just listened. Madam Deputy Mayor, you have struck the anvil with a core issue that we as a council have said we believe in. You have. I will be counting on our staff coming back because you're right, Mr. Voigt. One very large developer decides to say $80 million in lawsuits and we don't even have a waste treatment plant to show for the money. You're right. To my seconder, I would like to withdraw this motion, but I am very glad that we have had this good, solid, heartfelt discussion. And this is why we're in these chairs. So at this point, Mr. Clerk and Acting CAO, I would like to withdraw that if my seconder would go along with that and he has listened as intently as I have.
Go ahead, Mr. Greenfield.
It's really great to have everybody looking at me. I'm flattered. The primary reason I seconded your motion, Councillor Bell, was I believe you said delay temporarily, that we had some time before the budget gets finalized. And I did think that perhaps it might give us a chance to, second think this particular enhancement and maybe some of the others for that matter. But no, I appreciate the explanations given by Victoria, and I go back to what Mr. Voigt said, and I agree 100%. This should have been started a long time ago, and unfortunately, we are in the position of either bail out or play catch up, and we've got too much potential in our municipality to bail out. So I guess we better go ahead with this and see what evolves. But if we don't pursue it, now there are going to be other pitfalls. So yeah, we maybe don't have a lot of options, but this, I believe at the time is the best, maybe the only, but, no, we're not here to sit still and have our wheels spin. We're futuristic in our thinking and, this is a part of it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. To all of council, we can still change this up until we approve the budget. We've still got 4 or 5 weeks that we can change this if so desired.
So I hesitate, but I'm going to suggest maybe we could put the car on hold. We should be able to get a vehicle of some kind without necessarily having to make an add to the fleet at this point in time.
So we will always make things work, but we did do a very thorough review of what vehicles are used where and why. And I will say that amongst our team sat around this table, it was quite a challenging conversation because I think there were some differences of opinions there, but I think we all came to the same conclusion in the end that the vehicles we have because we need them and they are in use. Yes, there are vehicles at times that are sat doing nothing, but you can't necessarily match those times up together. When we started this process, we were actually talking about adding 2 vehicles to this because one of the things that we also need to look at is how our cleaners and our custodian are getting between our buildings and taking cleaning equipment and so on, especially being as the cleaners in particular are amongst our lowest paid workers. So asking them to drive between buildings is somewhat of a challenge. We haven't done that because we recognize that during the times that our part-timers are working and traveling out to the Sydenham office to do the cleaning there and so on, there are cars available because it's generally out of hours. And so some of the ones that are in use during the day are available. There is a huge challenge here if we are to ask our tradesperson in particular, but our facilities team in general, to do the work they need to do and to do the capital projects they need to do, and not be able to carry tools in a municipal vehicle or move furniture and so on. We have a massive insurance implication for ourselves if we are requiring staff to use their own vehicles to do that sort of work. So for the value of this, I strongly believe that this is something we need to do. It is not $100,000 investment anymore because we're not, buying these large trucks outright. We're leasing them in on the enterprise program. So I do think this one's pretty important, but obviously it is over to you.
Go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. If I were to look at every employee in the municipality, I might be able to find a vehicle, but this position needs a vehicle full time. It's like a carpenter. He's got his tools, he's got his 2x4s, he's got everything, and he's going 8 hours a day. This position needs a vehicle. I might be able to find one with other staff.
I'd be interested in
this one
how many vehicles we have. I'm speaking of for this type of purpose, like light trucks or whatever, but I would say the range from light to heavier duty trucks. I mean, it's
sheet that has those numbers on it that I don't have in front of me. And I can give that information to you if you're legitimately interested. We break it out as to light duty and heavier duty. So we obviously do have records with them all, mileage, all the information. We did and I'd be hard pressed to find a vehicle that's just out there and I've legitimately tried. A lot of our vehicles are even multi-purpose between teams. So, like used for one thing in the winter, and then we take equipment off it and use it for some other team in the spring and summer. So I think despite popular belief, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I feel like we have a fairly appropriate number of vehicles and sometimes probably feel a little lean. So in these types of roles where they do require a bunch of stuff to be with them all the time, it's difficult to find something to accommodate them.
anyway. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
This is just something on a personal note, Mr. Mayor. Talking about $80 million wastewater treatment plant. I'm asking if anybody around the horseshoe or elsewhere has an antacid pill, and I'm really serious about that. I looked in my drawer to see if I had something, and I usually carry some, but I don't have anything and I could really appreciate a net asset.
Sorry, my different bag.
I got a shot of this. If we don't have anything out in the kitchen, I take it.
Just mix a little bit of what everybody's got.
I'm glad I brought some smiles, but I could really use something.
No, and that's about right.
We need to add that to the enhancements and asset for council.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, go ahead, Councillor.
Just trying to move things along. I'd like to talk about the cultural services seasonal positions. Could we get some more justification as to the need for those two roles? Thank you, Krista.
Lead, how exciting. We are seeing a significant amount of increase in the activities around events in the downtown. Our position that we currently have as special events and marketing coordinator wears many different hats, both organising our own internal special events, being the primary liaison with external groups like Scarecrow and Christmas on the Bay and all of those sorts of things, doing marketing for both the municipality for tourism purposes, but also doing a bunch of work for Meaford Hall as well. And it's challenging to get done all the things that we need to get done. And particularly one of the things we've been talking about and talking to council about is the need to improve some of our processes and get things a bit more structured, do some of that work that will save time in the long run, but takes quite a lot of time up front. Having a seasonal position for the summer and one for the fall winter will mean that we have some additional resources available to actually be at events, to do some of that legwork, to do some of the social media marketing things and so on. And particularly this year, as we're talking about the sesquicentennial, that is, no matter what we have said as a council about the municipality not being overly involved in some of those activities, it is very clear that the municipality is going to be rather involved in those activities. And I think having somebody, some extra help to be able to deal with some of that would be incredibly beneficial. Whether you want to add anything, Krista?
Certainly, I'll add some to that. Thank you, Matt, and through you, your worship. Just to clarify, we do have one staff member, and that's Jennifer Brebner, who I know you all know, who is the tourism special events and marketing coordinator. So we have one person doing all of those jobs, and I think each one of those topics has come up today. She is we have, as Matt has said, we've had a significant increase in community events. Jen has assisted with 24 different community events in 2023. Plus, she organized and implemented Canada Day, and is the staff support person for the Sesquicentennial Planning Committee. And each one of those events requires a significant amount of work, coordination of could be multiple meetings, attending meetings, guiding those groups, some who have never done this before, some who are just require additional assistance. Larger events such as Christmas on the Bay, that does require a lot of assistance as well. Guidance, follow-up, coordination with other departments. So we do require other departments specifically for parades or park staff or garbage pickup and so on, and also liaising with the OPP and the MTO. And some events are much simpler, where it is just an application process that she can process through the system. She's also responsible for tourism. So mostly from a marketing perspective, but this includes the creation and distribution of Meaford's visitor guides, participation in various tourism programs, publications, brochure swap, updating, monitoring, consistent presence on all platforms for all levels of tourism organizations. And we have been in the process of developing an online special events process, so like an application process online, but unfortunately we haven't been able to complete that project because she's being pulled in many different directions.
And in addition to that, she is the marketing coordinator for Meaford Hall events and the exhibits in the galleries as well. And that includes website work, in-house printed materials, rack cards, brochures, print ads, radio ads, and sponsorship opportunities, social media. And there has been a significant increase in Meaford Hall events. So that has increased her workload as well. And she does the same for Meaford Museum in addition to that. And my role as well as the I manage all of these areas. However, I'm also the programmer for Meaford Hall as well. So Jen assists me as much as she can. But we're hoping that, as in the notes that Matt had included for these positions, would assist me in some way as well, so that I can be doing more steering and less paddling per se, and working on the strategic business plan for Meaford Hall or annual reports, et cetera.
Thank you, Matt and Krista, for that information. So because of the comments that we heard earlier in relation to hiring new staff, I'm wondering, do we think we'd have success securing someone to work from May to August or from September to December?
I think we've got a decent chance. When we put together seasonal roles and do that well, we have a pretty good success rate of getting people in, particularly for summer roles. I think for a fall job, we would be looking at a co-op position from a college or a university, and we could certainly do that in a way that would give them really good experience if they come from an events background or marketing background or anything along those lines. So I think that we do have the ability to do that, yeah.
And if I may, Your Worship, so if we're looking for students, then we've got a good chance of securing grants to support these positions?
No. The number of grants available for summer students has dropped probably tenfold in the last 10 years. We do apply for them when things become available, but it's basically very unlikely these days. I don't think we've had a summer student grant other than possibly the library in the last 3 years.
Councillor Greenfield.
And thank you, Krista. I'm very much in support of this idea. Having been at conferences now and again over the last several years, many times speakers related how important having special events, festivals, parades, especially in your downtown area, can be for a municipality. And I'll just add, Your Worship, doing a little bit of research on the past history of the town of Meaford. Special events, festivals, that was something the town of Meaford was very famous for. They did it very well. They did it very often. I can't believe back in horse and buggy days, they would get 3,000 or 4,000 people into the downtown to a special event. And it had to be a positive driver of the economy. So I'm not saying we're going to get back to that point, but certainly the history is there, the tradition is there, and I think especially in this particular year, we should keep that going and build on it, improve upon it. And having these two individuals, I'm sure will help do that.
Thank you.
I have just had an idea that is sort of brewing as I talk, so bear with me. In the budget this year is a full year salary for both the CAO and for the clerk, because we have to continue to budget for full year salaries for those roles, even if one is vacant right now, because otherwise it means that we then have to add stuff back in again next year, which increases the budget next year. But right now we are not paying a CAO and a clerk, we are paying one. And so that leads to some salary gapping for in effect the clerk position right now. Working on the basis that currently council has offered me a interim contract till the end of March. That's 3 months worth, which puts us somewhere in the region of $40,000 in salary gapping related to that clerk's position. That somewhat magically, and it's truly accidental, I promise, comes pretty close to the 38,000 that we've estimated for these two positions. So if we use the salary gapping money for that, this wouldn't be an additional 38,000 onto the tax levy. It would be an opportunity for us, Krista and her team, with my assistants, to use this as somewhat of a pilot project, particularly thinking about the sesquicentennial year being a little bit different from some other years. And then we'd be able to come back next year and say, and hopefully you would have noticed that there was a great success and improvement in some of these areas, but we could come back next year and then look at this again for funding to actually be added to the tax levy. Does that A, make sense, and B, make sense in how I've explained it, and B, make sense in terms of the math of it?
I think so. Deputy Mayor?
Yep, that makes perfect sense, Matt, and thank you with that, and thank you, Your Worship. So can I come back to you, Val, and say if we agree to all the rest of the enhancements as presented, where does that leave us?
The amount to be raised from taxation would be 18,793,324. That's about a 7.16% levy increase, but a 4.88 increase on taxation approximately.
Now, I will say, to add to that, that obviously we have a capital day yet to come on Tuesday. There are a couple of areas of the capital budget where we are over our traditional budget for it, particularly on the general tax levy. And as Councillor Bartley mentioned earlier, there is potentially some revenue coming through a land sale. We will have on Tuesday some reasonably accurate number for surplus that we could then do something with as well. So that's with absolutely everything in. If you then were to change anything in the capital budget, either through funding or removing projects, obviously we would just be coming down from there.
Okay, did you want to give us this motion?
Yes, I would like a motion to amend item 6 to say cultural services seasonal positions 2 to be funded from 2024 salary gapping.
Well, there's a
2024 clerk salary gapping. Let's be
so
specific
this is
about
moved
it.
by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Yurick. Any discussion? All in favor? That covers that.
Leaf contract. Is there any way that our staff can look at doing something different with the city of Owen Sound, with persons that come there and they get asked at the gate? I'm assuming there's a gatekeeper. Maybe they don't. And if they said, where do you live? And I was to give them my address, and or it doesn't matter. You're somewhere in the municipality of Meaford, but you see you're coming, and maybe we only get a much less. Could we establish a protocol for a general fee, a tipping fee for a load, without entering into a municipality big blanket contract?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I've asked those questions as well. So my initial thought on the whole thing was to pay as you use. The trouble is that their hours are very long, and their individual who works there is not there all the time. So there's no way to collect money in that instance, which is the concern. I don't want to out them at all either. There's a lot going on there with them currently trying to figure out if the hours are working for them, if they do require people there all the time. But as of right now, they have a contracted individual who is there
kind of all of the times. Like I think they're trying to cover some peak times and some not so peak times. They do ask for some sort of identification. So in those instances, I did receive, I'm going to say, some statistics about it being monitored one time in September and 3 times in October, 19 hours in total. And during that time, 44 Meaford residents were found to use the site. There's no way to know if it's potentially the same person, but they're just checking for where your license says that you live. But I feel like they've had, and I've also asked some similar questions. It's just they're not set up currently for like a pay to use situation. Unfortunately, because I think that might be easier.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and I was in conversation. The reason they want to do it this way is so they don't have to man the gate. If Georgian Bluffs paid and we paid, then there's nobody to man the gate for you. Just, it's open and they can go. If they man the gate, it's going to be a higher charge because it's a 12-hour a day manning. I would like to know a better number on who uses it. Because again, like Harley said, I didn't get very many emails at all either, but if you had 44 and 19 hours, that's 2 an hour. That's 24 a day. That's times 365 days. It's 700 people. So I'd like a better number, but I don't think we're going to get it.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think we are either. And not at anyone's fault. I just don't think that it's being monitored to give us the statistics that might be helpful. But they've also changed it slightly this year as well. Like last year it was open all year round, and they're closed this year now for a few months. Their hours are less, so they are right now, or before they shut for a few months, it was until dusk. It was no longer the 12 hours all the time. So I think they're kind of in flux on like what they're trying to figure out there as well. But ultimately, I also haven't received many phone calls about this. But I think unfortunately, these numbers are as good as we can get at the moment.
Okay, are we pretty much done here?
So, yep, we have a motion on the floor that right now includes everything on there with the addition of the fact that the cultural services seasonal positions will be funded through clerk salary gapping. So we would need a vote on all of them together in order to move forward, and then we'll get them into the next iteration of the budget book.
Okay, and so someone move that motion. Can we have that?
So we had a mover and a seconder for that
we've
right at
done-
the start of the conversation.
sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're good.
Been a long day. All in favor? That is passed. Thank you. And I think at this point, we can move out of committee of the whole. Need a motion for that and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Urick, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. We moved out of committee of the whole at 2:58 p.m. And we will be back in session next week, this Tuesday. Back
Monday before that as well, yeah.
Back Monday for a regular meeting and back Tuesday for the capital budget. So, and that won't be the last meeting either, probably. I'm gonna.
Thank you. One last comment. When we get to do Tuesday, which screen are we going to all use? Will Margaret send us one just specifically for Tuesday?
That would be good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so.
Yeah.
So have a motion to adjourn. Fine.